do is count that paper. All I do is all I do is count that paper.
Can't tell me nothing about this crypto. This O-Day, these forensics, strictly for my hackers. Hackers on the grind, I ain't forget all my port scanners, all my SQL injectors, my exploit devs.
Like, what are you talking about? And I think that a lot of people are having that happen now that like they're working remote and they're having that average problem of when you work remote, you actually work too much.
Yeah.
I completely relate to this. You know, I my very first job out of college was working at Canonical, which was entirely based around remote work. And it, you know, it's like the rest of the world is suddenly realizing, oh, you know, it wasn't all just fun and games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons that there's been such a massive push towards remote workforce. Like people are bad at managing their own time, and companies are realizing that and realizing, hey, we can scam 10 hours, 12 hours a day out of people. And they won't even realize we did it. And they think that we're giving them more freedom. Like it's a win-win for corporations, unless they like force you off the VPN after 8 hours or something, you know? It's a huge scam.
Pretty much. Well, yeah. And, you know, you have now an entire workflow of people that, you know, basically got thrown into it. You know, with my living situation, I get to see a lot of interesting is the word I'm using. People, you know, working 10 to 15-hour days, you know, and people think, you know, as techies, like we have no life.
Right.
Now we're learning, no, it's because our managers give us no life.
It's because of this American work ethic, or not work ethic, but just the American work situation where we are all universally terrified of losing our jobs. Because if you lose your job, you starve to death on the street, because there's no safety net. And so we will work ourselves to the bone out of absolute, just abject terror that our bosses will think we're not working enough and will fire us. Like, oh, he's at home sitting on his couch, he's not working. And so now we work 3 times as hard when we're remote, because all we think in our heads is that our boss thinks we're not doing anything because we're in our home.
This relates far too well.
It's like, America. It's you. It's everyone.
Yeah, no, it's just so after I left Canonical, I worked as a freelance contractor due to various health issues. I can't work
Yeah.
a 9 to 5 job. And I had so many people that really tried to take advantage of me as a freelancer. It was fun in
Oh
the
yeah, that's so
not
fun.
actually fun sort of way. All right. I am making progress on getting my desktop actually streamed here. So
It's
uh,
fine. As long as there's conversation, we got a show.
it's
We
it's
can-
it's a combination of multitasking and bullshitting at the same time. I call it
Yeah.
multi-bullshitting.
I call that IT.
So apparently my webcam is taking up 3 separate video slots on my computer. I don't know why. I'm afraid to know, because I know how a lot of this junk gets put together, and if I look deeper down this rat hole, I'm just going to cry.
Yeah, V4L is just a fantastic subsystem. I can't say enough good things about it.
Let's see here. What was that thing that's the biggest pile of shit known to mankind? Ultra! Oh, excuse me. It's a little dusty here. Let's see here.
From the Disney movie.
All right. So, well, when I used to do way, way back in the day before we used to have OBS or good OBS on Linux, I had to do Pulse Audio mixing in Pulse Audio, and I gotta tell you, that is quite possibly the most, just makes me want to kind of scream. And I just had my kernel oops, which is not a good sign when you plug in a webcam. So if I disappear, it means I had a kernel panic.
Is there a reason you have to use
Future.
Linux here?
Huh?
Is there a reason you have to use Linux here?
I didn't have enough time to install Windows. That's what it really boils down to. The laptop's a little bit too anemic to it really does not play ball at all. And I normally do all my streaming on Linux, but I'm set up to do Twitch, not Jitsi, and it just didn't quite come together at the last minute.
Yeah.
So let me figure this out. So okay.
We couldn't get our regular laptops to play nice with Jitsi either. Like, I don't think, like, we had meetings over Jitsi leading up to Hope, and I don't think anybody saw us until like the first day of Hope when we finally got our streaming set up.
Well, see, what frustrates me the most among all things is that the solution that worked the best was Google Hangouts, and then Google did with the Google thing.
Oh, I loved Google Hangouts.
Yeah.
There's still like a chat function because we have one set of friends that like they'll text us through that, and I don't ever see the texts.
But yeah, 3 weeks later, after they've come over to our house, we're like, oh, they sent us a GPS link to track them on the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have
Okay,
been
Okay, I may have gotten this working. Oh my god, that took far too much effort. All right, so now the next question is, can I figure out where in my web browser to switch webcams? Because if this is the future. This is how we stream things. Okay, so if I stop my camera, change it, and of course, okay.
half of our online classes have been like vaguely unrelated technical,
Yeah.
debugging.
Well, the worst part is I used to do this all professionally. So I rip Mixer, but I was the guy that designed their FTL streaming protocol. So the very first, so for those who don't know, when you are streaming content over the internet using RTMP, this isn't a problem with Jitsi, but like on YouTube, on Twitch, there's a fairly large latency delay, usually between 3 to 5 seconds under ideal circumstances. And then it can go all the way down, all the way up to 1 to 2 minutes, which we've seen with SidePocket when he first streamed because of let's go with technical difficulties. I think I have to open a new tab here, and then maybe it will, because it seems the web browser doesn't see that I have a second webcam now, and because again,
Oh yeah, Jitsi only polls for web cameras when you first open when you first launch the app.
All right, how many separate web browsers can I have open at once? That's what this is going to boil down to. All right, so dummy video device.
I've been in 2 Jitsies at once, so I think you should be okay.
Yep, that's the theory. In practice, it's as soon as I find where I put the Jitsi password, I think we're going to be in business. But it means I'm going to have to stop and start, the stream in a separate web browser to have me or my desktop on there. So again, welcome to the world of tomorrow. It's kind of garbage.
Yeah, this is 2020 in a nutshell.
It's heavily based on the architecture of yesterday, which wasn't that great either.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm looking on the stuff on my desk, and I have a Windows NT 4 box. I have a copy of Visual J++ and WordPerfect for Linux, and I realize things have not really gone better or worse, and I don't know what to say about this. Okay, so all right. Now, the other magic trick is, am I going to successfully stream without accidentally leaking like all my passwords on? Because I have to get the Jitsi password out of my email. And checking your email when you're on a stream is one of the most dangerous things you can do.
Yeah.
All right. So copy. Work, please work, please work, please work. Okay.
Kick button.
Failed to access camera.
Oh, but we got a cool reverb on the mic now. That's important.
Well, fortunately, I have a button that fixes that.
Is it the power button?
No, it's the thing for Pulse Audio that actually makes it work.
Oh, you should sell those.
I would buy the fuck out of that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that would buy that. Why does it just say fail to? Okay. All right. Desperate measures mean, we are going to use Google Chrome because I'm desperate.
I wonder if that kind of thing is like a nuclear car that you're welcome to build one yourself, but you'll be arrested if you try and sell it.
Well, this is how you end up with things like the radioactive Boy Scout.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Because people
No, I
don't
have no
stop you from
fire
doing
for
a
that.
bad idea until it's far too late. Because I'm pretty sure everyone in this room can relate to management deciding that a 5-minute feature should be wait. Why can this not wait, okay, hold on. Manage. Oh, great, I'm echoing again.
Man, I've been making all of these faces all week.
Oh yeah.
It's nice to it's like looking in a mirror, but not at me.
See your default, that's fine. Camera. Why does it only see the one camera? Technology is horrible, it's all broken. I mean, we could do this. Oh, hold on, I just realized I am echoing something fierce.
We had somebody
Yes.
who couldn't get their microphone working, and we troubleshot it on air for a half an hour, and more people tuned in to watch it. So don't feel bad. This is still content.
Yeah, well, I've seen some pretty spectacular streaming fails. At least we all have our clothes on.
Yep. As far as we know.
Yeah, that's a fail for sure.
Well, that's why I turned the camera off.
It's just because I didn't
Yeah.
want to sit up. We're still
I
dressed.
wonder if I can
Sorry.
find a nudity filter in here.
Let's not say we did. Just
Yeah, Johnny, please don't get us banned from YouTube.
Yeah, we've had this YouTube for a long time. We're actually starting to get subscribers. We're at
Does
61
YouTube
now.
still ban nudity?
Probably.
Yep, they do. And the fact
No.
they cracked down on it.
They
I thought they did the whole thing where you can make age specific content now.
We
They-
are
they-
limited
they-
not for kids.
they banned us, or they censored our stream when we started playing clips from fucking YouTube.
Well, that's a copyright thing, though.
I got a strike on Twitch for that because I was looking up how-to videos on YouTube and an ad played and I got a strike for that ad.
They got free use of your airwaves.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Okay, we have success. I can actually I just found the hidden advanced option that finally got screen sharing to work in Jitsi. So you should be able to see my desktop now.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm just having a moment here because that should not have been that hard. So now that I've got that working, let me show what's going to go on. So let me bring the webcam back. So if I look here, I've got some really wow, this is hard to do. I've got some great obsolete text sitting here on my desktop. These drives were eBay specials because I picked up a copy of NetWare that is older than I am and a copy of Baby and Vines. And then I needed something to test those drives to see if they actually worked that I didn't care about. And I got someone's backup discs. So we are going to try and restore 34-year-old backups because what I have here is a copy of Quattro Pro, Lotus 123, and Quicken. So who wants to see me suffer? Which one of these do we want to suffer the most with first?
Ooh, Lotus.
Yeah, I think people actually might miss Lotus.
Okay, that's
no one
so
misses Lotus.
It's 9 discs. Let me make sure I have all 9. If not, we'll do 1, 2, 3.
Lotus was my word processor of choice.
Made some money.
There's something wrong with that sentence.
Migrating Lotus.
Yeah, I was my first job out of high school was adminning a law firm that was running on top of Lotus Domino.
Yeah,
in
I
like
mean Lotus was
2007
popular through the
or
early
something
2000s.
Okay. All right, we've got 4 Lotus discs, and they helpfully restore it with Backit. And I know the Backit disc can be restored, but we're going to dump it on camera just for the sake of being able to dump it. So
Why is this so exciting?
Because the
so
fails
long.
happen in real time. That's what I've discovered. People like watching other people fail, and
Yeah.
I am using, shall we say, notoriously unreliable technology. So, God, I need like 3 hands for this. So let's put the webcam back on.
I gotta tweet this.
If you're gonna, let's see here. Let me first.
Can I tag you on the Twitter? Are you on the Twitter?
I'm on the Twitter, and I also have a entire YouTube channel where I do this. So here's the first disc with the backup program itself, and then in the drive it goes. Okay, and now we get to see. And so I have the drive plugged into a SuperCard Pro that's plugged into a serial port that shows up as into a USB port that shows up as a serial port with third-party add-on software because, this is how archiving happens. So, okay, so let's pull a terminal up. Disk utilities. Where's my test? And, because I have all the wiring done backwards and wrong. Did I lose audio?
No, you're still here.
Nope.
Okay, I wasn't
perfect.
hearing you.
It's because we're quiet in rapt attention.
Yep.
Nobody's talking because we're watching you.
That's scary. I haven't even been arrested yet. So let's make a new folder for for Statler fails because this is going to go wrong. I don't know how, but it will.
Yeah.
So when you dump, so the interesting thing about 5 1/4 floppy disks is that you can't actually determine the number of tracks from the disk controller. So you have to tell it. So you have to know a lot about how a floppy drive works to be able to use a floppy drive. And I have the ribbon cables backwards, so my drive A is the 5 1/4, and I don't want to reach back there. So let's get the Backit disk .scp, and of course I have to run it as sudo. Oh, I don't know if you can hear it, but we have things. We have things happening. The disks are spinning. So I do a fairly regular that words hard, yes. Regular stream on the DEF CON 201 Twitch. I also have my own YouTube channel called NCommander, where I record some of my more interesting things, where like I installed SLS Linux on real hardware from 31 floppy disks and had to write a kernel patch to work around BIOS bugs due to IBM sucking in 1997. This is my life. So I can drop a link to that. And I see a giant potato in Jitsi when I suddenly looked up. Why is there a potato in Jitsi?
It's Johnny.
No, it's because I'm currently in couch potato mode.
Okay, yeah, I will drop a link in the Jitsi chat if you want to share it to my YouTube and the DEF CON 201 Twitch.
To be fair, I'm a regular sized potato.
Well, the problem with potatoes is if you leave them in the ground too long, you end up with more potatoes. Wait, no, okay. So we successfully read 80 tracks. Now the question is, did we actually get a good dump? So the tools available for this, getting this all working, because that was basically all my yesterday, involved using Subversion. And let me just tell you, I don't miss Subversion. The only thing I miss less is CVS.
Hey, did you catch that Nintendo dump that was all CVS's?
Yeah, my old man. I felt I had an old man moment.
Yeah, it was great. People were spinning up CVS servers and importing them.
Yeah,
it
no
was
kidding.
a weird thing to watch.
Let me change my desktop view to my full screen so you can see what I'm doing. My full screen share. There it goes. So right now we have the HTC emulator. So let's go to our Statler fails, and we have our first disk, which is Backit. And if we look at the track analyzer, because we're all, and I choose high density, we can see that it successfully read, actually this is a low density disk. Hold on. It successfully read all the tracks. You can see that it has degraded a little bit, but it still passed all the CRC. So we successfully read a 34-year-old floppy disk. So what we can do is we can export it into a wrong one. Where is?
I really want to point out how incredible it is to successfully read a 34-year-old floppy disk.
Well, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of those.
Step. Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's amazing. Like just reading the disk.
What amazes me is I need less adapters to do this than to plug in a modern USB device.
Yeah, right.
I hate to say it. So, all right. So let's do a blah blah blah. So let me use Disk Analyze. So what the Supercard Pro did is it took what's called a magnetic flux dump, because if we take a look at the raw file in Statler fails, you might notice it's 12 megabytes. These floppy disks are 720 kilobytes, so that's a little big. Okay, so we use the Disk Analyze program, and then we tell it we want to convert the Statler fails Backit, and we want to convert it to a basic image. Backit.img. Right. And because software sucks, what? The file is right there. Why? There it goes. Okay. It failed miserably. Right. I have to give it one more option, because all right, so Statler. Of course, I spent all of yesterday getting this working, and then when I actually try and do it on camera, the demo god was tempted.
Best laid plans.
Yeah, well, my absolute worst fail is I helped sink a multi-million-dollar business deal on camera, so it could be worse. At least with this, I only make an idiot of myself, not everyone I work with.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is still probably the most well prepared program that we have had on Radio Statler in terms
Wait,
of
okay, here we go. So there's the image. Will it work? Okay, Statler fails, and let's call back it. So we're also going to do a bit something. Did it save? Okay, Statler fails. I don't know. I probably jinxed it by calling it that, but okay, I didn't get the full disk. Where the heck's the rest of my disk? Where is my disk? Okay, 40 tracks, 2 sides, so that's correct. I should have more of a floppy disk than that because I already did this. Let me look at the one I prepared in advance. If we talk about the let's see here. Okay, no, apparently I did do this right. So if we go to Statler Fails and we run File, we can see that this floppy disk was formatted under Microsoft DOS 3.2. To give you an idea of how old this particular dinosaur is.
It uses a version of DOS you haven't heard of.
Yeah, but and amazingly, and we run MDIR, we can see the modification dates of 1986 and 1987. So the next step is we need to install DAWs, and specifically we're going to install DAWs from this era because I like pain. So I have, let's see here, what are we going to use for this? Let's see here, let's call this DAWs machine. So I'm using PCM because we need to run the tape backup software, and we're going to tell it we have a 3 1/4 and a 5 1/4 drive. That's fine, and let's make a hard drive. We're going to make it, let's go with Type 20, 30 megabytes. You know, that would, I think my very first hard drive as a kid was a Type 20 hard drive.
I remember when I got my first computer and there was some sale and it's like, oh, you can upgrade the hard drive to a gigabyte for free. And my mom's like, what would you ever use a gigabyte for?
Oh man, I suddenly I have the train of thought just derailed so hard. It took out, and not only took out the station, it took god damn it. So if you got any questions for me while because we're going to have to install DAWs next, and you know, let's reduce the amount of memory for something a little bit more reasonable. Okay, that sort of works, but the resolution's fuzzy. Let's try let's go with WinBIOS, because who remembers WinBIOS?
Ooh. Nope. I'm old and I don't.
Why is it all blurry? It should not be this blurry. Oh, I know why it's blurry. It's emulating a bloody CGA card.
Yeah.
Let's go with something a little bit less crappy.
If you're gonna have a fake computer, make it a good fake computer.
Yes. There we go. All right, let's.
I liked that we were just making it a computer accurate for the times.
No. We have to use a monochrome monochrome thing. So now my Jitsi tab should be showing a true anachronism of the time period.
Oh, I remember those.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
so protect C, and I have to hope the BIOS doesn't crash because failure is an option. So we know it's the Type 20 drive because that's what I said it was. Don't need to worry about time and date. Save changes and exit. And then we need to install DAWs so we can install. Okay, disk not ready. That's a good sign. So now I need to go to my archives of things. We can install DAWs 6 or we can install DAWs 3. Radio Statler, you decide.
3.
3?
Yeah, let's go with DOS 3. Why not?
Okay. And if anyone has any questions for me, please ask.
Yeah. Did you get a severance package from Mixer?
I was there as a freelancer and it was Beam, but you know,
Gross.
I hate to say this, but the worst part about that is when I heard Mixer was going down, it's like, oh God, something I made is now owned by Facebook.
Yeah. This is the world we live in. Don't make anything.
Okay. Oh, right. So I just realized something. I have to go back into BIOS and I have to tell it I have floppy drives because there was a time where you had to configure things.
Mm-hmm.
That must be like a similar feeling to like, oh, I'm an artist, and some South American drug dealer is now using my art as currency.
Well, now you just inspired me to do a new cryptocurrency.
Oh God.
No, cryptocurrency is dead. You have to use like
We
currency now.
We have DAWs. So now we need to fdisk. And I should note that this is running at the correct speed for this time period. So we're going to deal with all the pain and misery of this time period.
I would.
And now I need to look up the correct command because there is no install utility. No, don't boot from the. Don't boot from the hard drive that doesn't have an operating system.
You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I yelled the same thing at a modern computer not 3 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about, oh yeah, you have to configure things, and I was like, yeah, like, well, you still have to configure things.
The worst part is the very first HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER we ever did. I managed to get an emulated interrupt conflict. You know, I really got to live with the best of this time period.
There's something just patently amazing about a virtualized interrupt conflict. Everything about that is
what happened was
wrong.
I had an emulated ISA network card and I had a PCI bus on that same machine. And what this resulted in was that both used interrupt 9. And let me tell you, everything gets very upset when the PCI bus has a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so let's install DAWs because we're on Radio Statler and this is what we apparently do here. So AC, country code is US and I think it's code 1. Well, that's promising. No, it's IBM. It makes you think it's working and then it doesn't work. I might have to actually go look up one of my old videos to figure out how to do this. I think, was it invalid country code? Is it 1 US? It's usually about the 6th or 7th try I get this. Oh, hey, okay, I can lose all my data on drive C. There's the old school format.
The old school format with the old school goodbye all your data.
Pretty much. So, okay, so we're installing old school DAWs. We should actually try and, let's see here, so DAWs 3. Okay, so it's reading source file, so it's going to start copying. So we've now installed DAWs. So while we'll let that run, let's archive another disk because aside from the first disk, because I need to test this set because we were already tempting the demo gods here. I haven't tried any of these other ones. So let's go back to let's go back to my webcam. So I'll hold up the disk. So we've got Lotus 123 version 1.002, and I have this distinct feeling I'm going to restore all these disks and it won't work because a lot of Lotus copies had copy protection. So let's put this in the disk, the disk drive. Okay. Close the door. And we are going to try and restore Lotus 123. So put the backup utility on the done pile. Let's go back to the, I'm going to go full screen. No, we're not going to go full screen. You don't need to see my full screen. There's nothing interesting on the full screen. Where is, now I just need to find the right tab. You know, people say that they have too many browser tabs open. I have too many terminal tabs open.
I think I saw your Minecraft server.
Yes, I somehow got convinced. Apparently, Minecraft needs a supercomputer to run these days.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds like Microsoft.
Well, it's modded, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do
We're
it.
running a bunch of plugins.
Yeah, because a friend of mine, like, basically we decided to do Factorio meets Minecraft, and well, let's just say it helped a lot with Pandemic 2020.
Yeah, that's solid. I spun up I went down a rabbit hole where I spun up a Minecraft server so that I could integrate Ethereum non-fungible tokens with Minecraft custom paintings, and I went down this stupid rabbit hole of making Minecraft plugins, and I'm still not done with it, but that's been a fun adventure.
Yeah, ill. Microsoft just bought up AltSpace VR, and
Hey, we've got another disk dumping. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to dump all four of these disks back to back. We're going to check, and then we're going to try to actually restore the backups. Because basically we have to image the disks so I can put them in a VM, so I can emulate the backup utility to restore them. Because,
yeah,
wow, God, I just feel I had a bad night. My very first job as an IT intern was restoring Exchange 5.5 backups because the guy that made them left no documentation.
Oh yeah, that's always fun.
My day, we call that job security.
Oh, that's not a good sound. I'm hearing the drive head. It's making the sound like it's having sector problems. You know you've been doing this for too long when you can just listen to a floppy disk drive and you know something has gone wrong.
Oh, I remember that back in the day. You're like, no, that's the bad hum, not the good hum.
No, the one I remember is when you're on Apple II and it does the funk, 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 funk as it tries to find track 0.
Yep. Yep.
Apparently, Commodore machines were really notorious for that.
It was specific models of drive for the Commodore.
Well, that's because Commodore was so cheap, they didn't put what's called a track 0 sensor in. So instead of trying to, because here, let me put the webcam on because this disc just finished. So if we look here, you see this. It's a little hard to see. There's a hole here on the disc, and if I spin it, I don't have gloves, so I really don't want to. But there's a way for the disc to mechanically know where it's aligned, and Commodore cheaped out. So, all right, so now here's disc 2. This feels like old school IT. I'm 32 years old. These discs are 34 to 36 years old. So it's like just a normal day at the office. So Lotus disk number 2 is dumping. And we've got some other things I want to check. I have this rather unusual copy of Windows 3.1 upgrade, but it has a 1994 copyright date on it, which makes me think it's the very rare Windows 3.11, but not for workgroups. But I don't know. I haven't dumped it yet. And then if I reach over here and not die, this is what thousands of dollars used to buy back in the day.
I was doing an urban exploration dive last year, and I came across a new in box AOL 1.0 setup, and I left it. And then I realized, I later discovered that's worth quite a bit of money now on eBay.
Oh,
I know where it is. It's in the abandoned Wonder Bread factory in Buffalo, New York. If anyone wants to.
next time I'm up that way.
There's probably, if you searched hard enough in Chernobyl, you could find some like amazing early Soviet computers, except they're radioactive.
Well, they're probably also, they have no data on them because radiation.
Okay. Well, that's 2 disks dumped. I haven't checked these for errors because this is an incredibly manual process. Because I posted on a retro computing forum about this, and people were like amazed on seeing a computer. So my stimulus check was used to build this desktop computer, and them seeing a 5 1/4 floppy drive plugged into a modern system. So, yeah. Okay, 2 disks down, 2 to go. Do we want to take odds on if this is going to actually work? If we are going to be able to restore backup that is older than...
And, well, you're also restoring it on a virtual machine.
Well, I still have to dump all the disks, get them restored, and then convert it to a modern format. And I also should probably, since these are non-professional discs, I can also run autopsy, and we can see if there's any lost data on them. Because autopsy amazingly works on discs this old.
I feel like the likelihood is pretty high that you're going to get some amount of errors on one of these discs.
Yeah, the question is how far can we go? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that it may be correctable. I may not be able to do it on stream for Radio Statler, but the way magnetic data is written to a floppy disk, it uses what's called MFM encoding, and what a disk error usually is, if it's not, is that somewhere a bit literally got flipped and it caused the rest of the sector to error out. So if you know what the data is supposed to look like, you can sometimes actually find the flip bit, fix it manually, and actually recover a bad sector. That's basically the equivalent of having butterflies encode magnetic patterns onto floppy disks for you. And geek points to anyone who gets that reference. Okay, 3 disks down.
How exactly did you go about finding, like, sourcing the 5 1/4 inch drive? Because I need to get one. I need to get that set up for myself because I want to do something.
I was hunting eBay for a long time to find one that wasn't $100.
Okay.
I think it was about 3 weeks of constantly searching, and then someone put one up untested for $20. Buy it now. I think I broke my trackpad clicking it, because if you look on eBay right now, the things they go for $100.
That's
untested.
crazy. I found like a stack of them on the street like a year ago.
Oh, that's money. That's
eBay.
currency right there.
That is beige gold.
Yeah, that is. You can use that in South America as currency if you're a drug dealer.
I got to make sure I didn't throw those out.
Yeah, the thing that I've been keeping my eye on. So, what started this entire adventure is I have an unhealthy interest with obsolete network technologies, and I found a copy of. Oh, hold on. Let me put my webcam on so you can actually see what I'm doing. So this is a copy of Baby and Vines, sealed in box. And Vines was the very first distributed directory service. Think Active Directory from the late 80s. And these is on 5 1/4 floppy drive. So then this became an entire quest of how do I dump this on a modern system? And so this is sort of the culmination of this entire process. And then I managed to get the hardware protection dongles because, of course, software this era has hardware dongles that have to plug into the parallel port. Let me grab them so I can show them on camera. Because they should, in theory, be right behind me. Yes, and they were.
So is that LDAP or is that actually X500?
Sorry, say that again?
Is that software X500 or is it LDAP?
It's X500.
Nice.
Or it's X500-esque.
Right.
Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. I had a brief heart attack because I found the hardware protection dongles. Remember these?
Oh,
Yeah. Yep.
I found them for this, and these are hard to find in the discs themselves. And Vines has never been dumped. Okay.
Neat. That's awesome.
So this is the trial run for the main event. I would have liked to do it tonight, but I want to make sure this drive is absolutely 100% known working.
Except that
I bought
be the last time it works.
Huh?
Except it's going to work this one time and then never again.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
If you call it out, it doesn't happen. Like if you tell it, that's what it's going to do, then it won't.
All right. So let's go full screen and let's see if these dumps were any good. So let's load raw image. Let's go to our Statler fails folder. Of course, I'm an idiot. I named the files badly because because we live in 2020 and file extensions still matter.
I also don't think I don't see your screen right now.
Oh, There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Because they have to have the SCP extension because despite having magic data value, and a file header and all the other good important data things, the file extension is the only thing it checks. Because of course it is. All right,
Sure,
so
why not?
let's open. Let's go to our folder, Statler. All right, so let's look at our Lotus 1. Well, it read it. Let's look at the track analyzer. No bad sectors. Okay.
All right.
So let's export this as a standard. Excuse me. Let's see here. So Lotus 1, that's fine. And then we'll go back and then do the export. It did export. And again, it's a disk. It's a very old floppy disk. So let's try disk 2. Let's see how many disks we successfully read. So let's load Lotus 2. There is a batch convert, but I kind of want to do this one at a time just because I want to find the failures. No bad sectors. They all passed their CRC checks. That's 2 successful. Oh, now I'm getting nervous.
It's going too well.
Huh?
It's going too well.
Well, the thing is that retro technology can smell fear. Anyone who's configured NetWare can tell you this. Because my current video editing project is I actually was able to get DAWs to boot without a hard disk from NetWare, and good lord, did I go down the rabbit hole making that work.
Damn, that's actually kind of impressive.
I actually have it working in VMs, so I can show that on camera after we try this. Well, this one's interesting. So this did dump successfully, but there's the sector gap is unusually large. You can see that here.
Mm-hmm.
These should all be evenly spaced. But
it got some sort of weird copy protection, or
I suspect it's a manufacturing defect that there was probably a bad sector in this area, so they changed the disk geometry because this is how the low-level format is put.
Okay.
You know, remember like on very old hard drives how you had to write the bad sectors in?
Mm-hmm.
Floppy disks have the same exact technology, and this is from the era where a failed sector or two was not a reason to throw out a floppy disk because they were expensive, damn it. Because, I mean, each disk was...
And back then, we fixed things. We didn't throw them out. Back then, we fixed things. We got out our glue and scissors.
And you just cut out the bad sector.
Yeah.
Okay, so all 4 disks dumped successfully.
Nice.
All right. But now comes the hard part, is now we need to successfully restore the backup. There's no possible way this can go wrong. So let's go. All right, so let's save that. So let's go. Okay, so let me change our view. So remember this. Okay, so while we were gone, DAW's finished installing. So let's eject the floppy disk and reboot it. 1 free finger salute. And there we go. So I do want to, there is one bit of this that really amazes me, is this backup utility has one really notable feature that we'll see once we install it. Let's go to Statler. Why is it that every program has its own open and save dialog that are completely... Everything is fine. Everything is good. There's nothing wrong with this picture. Okay, so if we go here, so I just put the Backit disk in, the IRA, and we can see that there. So let's make Backit. Copy. Okay, I do realize I do actually need to set the time and date here. There is a reason for this. So today is what? Today is 07.
29.
Yeah, 29. So 07, 29, 2020. Yeah, remember when the fact that computers used to not do this for you?
Yeah.
Okay, the time is, however, correct. So if I run BACK-ALT, amazingly, a software program from 1986 is Y2K compliant. If you look at the lower right-hand corner,
Nice.
Windows 3.1 is not Y2K compliant. Okay, so let's see if we can actually restore this backup. So let's see here. So here's the utility. I want to restore from B, or actually I have to put this in the right drive. Checked A, change B, because floppy disk fails. Floppy disks are fun. Floppy disks are your friend. Okay. Hey, and then all right, so restore to 1, 2, 3. Hey, that is something. That is a restore. Tag all. Restore files. Start restoring. Well, look at that. It's magic. It's a backup that you can actually restore from. Oh, I just realized I don't actually have this on screen. Why didn't anyone tell me?
I think it just disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. So disk 2. So the question is, are we going to have a working 1, 2, 3 when all is said and done? This feels like Twilight Zone. Whose backups actually work on the first try? Because God knows that these were never tested back in the day. Insert disk 3. And I wonder if this is a version of Lotus 123 that's even been dumped. So we'll see. Disk 3. Come on, come on.
We are in that, magical time right now where the past hasn't quite burned up yet, and there's a chance to back it up. I remember in college there were all these PSAs in the art movie houses that are like, we've got 3 years to find all the nitrocellulose film before it's just garbage.
Okay. Well, that restored successfully. So now the magic question is, I like the little PC speaker sounds. Will it run? So 1, 2, 3. I'll be damned. Look.
Woohoo!
Oh, hold on. Wait. Let's. It might complain it's still missing its key disk. Because early versions of Lotus 1, 2, 3 require the way that the very old copy protection is, they actually put a hole in the disk so it would read a string of bad sectors, and that's how Lotus 1, 2, 3's copy protection worked.
I remember those days.
I have this unfortunate feeling that it may have hanged. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, I think it hung. All right. We need to run it. It might just be a bad config. It might think I have a Hercules or graphics adapter, which I don't. So let's see what 123's config is, because 123, while awesome in the day, has kind of aged badly. It's not like WordPerfect, which was just awesome. So here's the install program. What do we have? Whoa, look at that. 2 monitors? Man, you were a really awesome person if you had 2 monitors. Okay, EGA graphics. Save changes. Okay.
I don't think I got 2 monitors till like 1997.
Well, look at that. It worked. That was all I had to do, is I had to change the settings. And it's also 2020 compliant.
I don't know if you froze on the screen cap or it just says 1, 2, 3.
Test it.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, look at that. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That brings me back.
We
Man,
successfully restored 34-year-old back up. What version of 123 was this?
I
This
am,
was
I am having this
released-
weird existential moment right now where I'm realizing that what we are watching is a whole bunch of people virtually gathered around somebody playing around with
A
old
spreadsheet.
hardware, and like, how exactly like Hope is this right now? Like, holy shit, this is impressive. I'm impressed.
We successfully restored Lotus 123. I will have to check to see if this version's been archived. If it has not, it's going to get up. It's going on the Internet Archive because Lotus 123 was an important program. It was a pile of crap, but it should be backed up. So, all right. So, Radio Statler, here's our next choices. We could try restoring Quicken. We have another set of Lotus 123 discs. We have Quattro Pro, although that's 9 discs. Or we can try, I can show off NetWare.
I want to see NetWare personally.
Choose your poison.
I think
Okay.
somebody has an opinion.
Wow, this is 2020. Opinions are obsolete.
We just have teams.
Okay. You know what? I'm not only going to show NetWare. We are going to run Windows without a hard disk on stream because this is a great idea that can't possibly go wrong.
Yeah, this is gonna turn out great. You're not pushing your luck at all.
Well, fortunately, I already have the NetWare installed done. I've already done the painful part. I lost 3 days of my life doing it. So let's open VirtualBox. Amazingly, NetWare will work in VirtualBox. So let's start here. So first, blah, blah, blah. So that's going to start. CD-ROM drive. I had to, God, installing Y2K patches on NetWare was like, please kill me now. So this might bring back memories. Who remembers this screen?
Yeah.
And
I
then,
remember fucking around with that screen at my school like a jackass.
well, if you really want to see horror, here's the configuration file goes on for a while. It's about the same as setting up Active Directory from scratch. So then we now need to bring up the client. Uh-oh, non-fatal. Why is this? Oh, it just doesn't know where its floppy disk is. So machine 1, machine 2, login supervisor. Okay, and then if we run syscon, you can see that we are now talking to NetWare. Now we need to install Windows onto the NetWare server because I like living dangerously. Data. Or no, I did that wrong. That should be map X. Why do I know these commands? I've wasted my life.
Hey, you at least still use them. Why do I know them?
If you're using NetWare in 2020, something has gone horribly wrong.
I think you can generically say that about everything in 2020.
Yeah, if you're doing anything in 2020, you're doing it wrong.
Okay,
No matter
so
what it
now,
Something's gone horribly wrong. Most
all right, so
certainly.
let's go to my retro folder. Let's grab a copy of Windows 3.1. Do we want to do Windows 3.1, Windows 3.1, or Windows for Workgroups? I also have version 1 and 2, but those don't have networking functionality.
Windows for Workgroups on NetWare sounds like exactly the kind of ball of fuck that would be amazing.
All right, we're going balls fuck here. I haven't tested this, so the way you do this is you do setup/A to do an administrative install, and then you get. We can switch it so it's a single screen. So right now we're on a normal machine with a hard disk because I have to be the network administrator and I have to be all networks. So so I'm NCommander and this is Radio Statler. So when Microsoft looks for copyright violations,
Your
they know where
screen
to look.
didn't show up when you switched. It didn't show back up.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think
Perfect.
the problem is that Jitsy's having problems with VGA resolution.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, so we are going to install this to X. So here's something that probably no one's ever seen in about 20 years is the network install functionality of Windows. So let's see, because it's going to ask me to install all 8 disks.
Mhm.
And then I have to bring up the netboot machine. I do have physical hardware that can do at least part of this, but I have no way of showing it on camera.
Mhm.
But I'll bring it to Hope in 2021, assuming assuming we're not virtual again.
Assuming the world is still not virtual.
Yeah. Assuming we haven't all died in the pits of hell or whatever the fuck. I
Just
don't know.
5. Yeah. See, you know what really annoys me is I promised back in 2018 to try and finally get us that caller on Radio Statler from Antarctica, and if it wasn't due to the pandemic, I would have succeeded.
Yeah, that's our
Yeah,
white whale.
We
I knew
tried to get that this year, but so I tried to contact the National Science Foundation, and the guy that's supposed to do public relations for the Arctic Circle program, their phone is like disconnected, and their email bounces. So I have no idea who from the US is doing stuff.
He went to Antarctica to escape COVID.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah. that's what
So,
happened.
okay, so we've just finished the network administrator install. As you notice, there was no graphical part of that because we are now going where there are no hard disks. There are no rules. We are going full hacker here.
I mean, I feel like we're always going full hacker.
Yes, but this is the type of hacker where you're going to cause someone PTSD scars.
You never go full hack.
Again, that's kind of where we're at all the time.
You never go full hacker.
Well, right now I'm learning that this tap interface does not apparently exist. Okay, come on.
Wait.
Start, damn you.
Oh, right, because this is over IPX.
This is IPX.
Oh wow, this is
Yes.
this is fantastically weird.
Yes. If you want to see really cursed, I can do NetBIOS over IPX. That was in fact a thing.
Oh wow. My brain hurts.
See, there's the PTSD warning I was expecting. Yes, this is all IPX. You know what? Let me get Wireshark out. Because amazingly, Wireshark knows what to do with this.
That's also fairly impressive.
Okay, Wireshark. Let's see here. I need Novell Bridge 0. And I just need to make some traffic. Make some noise! That was supposed to make a bunch of noise, and it didn't. I feel shortchanged! I may have tempted my luck a little too hard.
I'm just imagining somebody like DJing to a set of classic computers going, make some noise, and you just get the AOL dial-up sound.
There we go. Look, IPX.
Wow.
Oh, I know why. Because it was all cached in DAWs. If I run like syscon. Come on. Do something interesting, damn it.
I think that's a relative term. I think this is interesting to someone.
Well, yes, it's interesting, but
This is interesting to me.
It's not actually making noise and stuff.
That's good enough. I mean, that's like...
Yes, but the thing is that my
fairly
debugging aid is not actually debugging. There is a slight problem with that because, you know, when you're trying to debug something, being able to debug something, brain words, words, pain, okay, all right. I'm trying to remember how to control the tap bridge because, okay, is it? I think I have to just delete it and recreate it. Excuse me. So it's link, delete, tap. Okay, so now that I've deleted that, I can Bring it up. And then fingers crossed. Hey, there we go. All right, so let's switch the view over to Cume because apparently I lost my camera again. I think it's every time I change resolution, something breaks. So you notice that we're stopped at boot menu, and then if I push 3, I get Novell NetWare Ready Start Firmware, and then I get a wonderful list of old net software: Novell, IBM LAN Server, LAN Manager.
Wow.
This is how we used to do net booting before we had Pixie. And I gotta tell you, oh crap! I just realized
is that a virtual option ROM, or is that software that's sitting on a drive somewhere?
no,
Like
that's a
how-
virtual option ROM.
Okay.
I literally found a copy of the AMD PCNet option ROM for Novell NetWare, and I jimmied it into Cume.
That's kind of neat.
But I accidentally screwed up my setup, so I need to go back. I have the correct setup. I just have to reinstall it. So the way RPL works is that instead of doing something sane, it literally emulates a floppy disk. So there's no floppy disk in this Cume instance. This A drive is on the NetWare server.
Mm-hmm.
So the way you do this, because I didn't expect to show this on camera, and I think I lost my video again. Can I please have my mouse back?
No.
Seriously, oh, there it goes. Hey, I got my mouse back. Okay, so if we go back to this machine, and remote shell station. So, because I don't want to be on our console. If I put in what's called the DOS Gen disk, so I had to make this ridiculous boot disk to get this to work. So if I go here, so if we look at this, this is everything you need to start a NetWare client with an autoexec.bat that scares little children. Because as I discovered, the NetWare client resets the firmware of the card when it initializes, and DOS really doesn't like it when you unplug your virtual floppy disk. So to solve this problem, I had to make a RAM drive, copy everything from my virtual floppy disk into a RAM drive, and then relocate command.com on the fly. Because this is like booting Windows, but worse.
That's damn. Okay.
Yeah, this was about 3 days of my life just to get this partially working. So to convert this from a floppy disk to a boot image, I run what's called DOS Gen. And wow, there's an error message you don't see on DOS every day. Sharing violation. It helps if you I have to go into the file console and I have to close the connection.
Nice.
Oh, this is good. This is going well. There we go. Okay, we dodged in the disk. Now let's see if we can successfully boot without a hard disk. This is going so well. Okay, we still have video, so let's hit the reset button. Boot from legacy option ROM. I'm gonna do RPL. Starting DOS. And now there we go. High mem, RAM disk. It copies the floppy disk to the RAM disk. And then it starts the network. There we go. And now I can log in. I will tell you, and then, so my home directory is L. So now we need to finish the setup. Oh, actually, let me prove that there's no hard disk here. I just typed fdisk, no fixed disks present. There is no hard disk. I can, however, run DOS shell. There is a C drive, but this is just a RAM disk.
Mm-hmm.
God, remember this thing?
I remember
Vaguely.
DOS shell.
I had to specially install it because it doesn't come standard on DOS 6. Okay, anyway, let's finish installing Windows because there's no possible way this will end well. I actually know there's going to be some problems here. So if I run setup/n, we get the second half of the installation. So let's run custom setup. I want to put it in lwin311. You have chosen to set up Windows for workgroups on a network drive. You can install network drivers. But I'm not on a Windows network. This doesn't. This seems
I mean,
like a
whatever. Put it. Yeah, have it put it on the RAM disk. Who cares?
Okay. There is a known bug here that if I use the wrong graphics driver, Hume crashes. I think Super VGA at 16 colors will work correctly.
That's super realistic. I remember, crashing
Yeah.
things, going, "Oh, I'm gonna set it up a notch."
So when I tried to run Doom with Sound Blaster support, it was bad, but it did work over the network. In fact, it worked on real hardware. Now look,
neat.
that's Windows, no hard drive. We still need to finish the install. Is it still on Jitsi because it changed resolutions?
Yeah, yep, it's there.
Yeah. Oh God, I haven't seen that.
Uh-oh, that's a problem.
No. Oh no.
Cancel? Why is it trying to read from drive A? There's nothing in drive A.
It's probably hard coded.
Okay, I like that. Company Radius Statler. Okay, continue.
We're a company now.
I mean, I've set us up for all sorts of things as the company. That's fine.
Hey, misery loves company.
Ah,
You guys have been great company the past week.
Amazingly, look, we are actually running Windows without a hard disk. It's when we load File Manager, it's going to be exciting. Oh yeah, it wants to update. That's what it's trying to do. It's trying to update autoexec and config.sys.
right.
Cancel. Okay. Fortunately, it just lets me cancel. Windows.
That was what I was waiting for. Yeah, let's.
You do not have an ODI network driver installed. Windows, I think you don't realize this. Oh look, I get to set my work group.
Oh, this is amazing. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
So I will note that this version of Windows does not have TCP/IP support out of the box. If I add it, it doesn't support DHCP because it predates it.
Yep.
Okay. It needs part of my NetWare shell. Oh crap. I don't know where the network. Oh crap! It needs NetWare shell 4.0 or above. This is a NetWare 3 server.
Oh my god.
I'm just going to hit skip and hope. Skip. This is going well. See, I actually know this works better with the not for workgroups version.
Yeah.
So.
I figured I picked it specifically because weird shit like this was probably going to happen.
Doesn't Novell require that it's going to work less good?
So I like where it saved my config.sys and autoexec.bat because that's correct.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Moment of truth. That is Windows setup running.
Nice.
But let's see if it actually runs Windows. And now it wants to search. You know what? I'll let it search and look for applications. It found DAW's Adder. It found WordPerfect. It found 123. That's not PC Tools. That's Doom.
You're not installing Doom? You have to.
No, Windows misidentified it. Okay, return to DAWs. So, win. No! Oh wait a minute! I know what the problem is. I in fact know.
The video froze. We don't know what's on your screen.
Oh, it broke.
Yeah, we think so.
Aww.
Every time it changes resolution. So here's what happened. So when I tried typing win, it says it can't find this file. But I know what the problem is. It's because my path is not set correctly.
Oh, that's always great when the path is just wrong.
Let me log in supervisor because I have to edit my login script. So syscon. I feel like I'm playing with fire here. I'm actually trying to run syscon on a diskless system. There we go. So user and commander. login script. Like I said, you don't want to know how long it took for me to get this even partially working. I think I have crap. Now I don't remember which order this was supposed to come in. Was it L? I think it was L first. Okay, so set path, save changes. Okay, login NCOMMANDER. Password. Win. Hey! But will it actually load?
You could have your own, YouTube show like Will It Blend? Will it load?
I have my own YouTube show where I do things like this.
Yeah.
The problem is that last time I used networking, Windows.
Don't say uh-oh. What's uh-oh?
General protection error. Frig, it really does want that NetWare client. Like, it won't start without it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So there is a way around this because I remember how to debug Windows. In fact, I have a debugging build of Windows set up. I have run the Windows debugger. It's not a good thing. Oh wait, look, it still worked.
Oh, neat.
I guess it decided that it didn't need a network driver, despite the fact that it's running over a network.
Yeah,
It's running very slowly, but yeah, it's having
it's very unhappy.
Yeah, it's unhappy, but look at that. It is in fact working. Even holy crap, the lag. Oh god, I just realized. So Windows for Workgroups actually runs in protected mode, but because it doesn't have a protected mode driver from the NetWare client, it's having to go back to real mode to use the DAWs one. That's why it's running like hot garbage. So if we open File Manager, I push the button and we come back, 5 or 6 seconds later. You notice the distinct lack. Oh wait, these are not hard drive. These are. Wait a minute, mouse. My mouse is completely screwed up. I think this is just Cume, though. I don't think this is a Windows problem. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's our mouse work. Okay, so here's C. That's just basically stuff. F is the login folder. L is our home folder. So if we look here, we have like a mini Windows install. This is basically all the config files. And then if we look at what the rest of Windows is here on the X drive and is read only. So that's Windows without a hard disk. I out of curiosity, I have to try this because I like pain and suffering.
Oh dear God.
Oh, you know what I'm running.
Yeah. This is going to take forever.
Yes, I am going to try and run Microsoft Antivirus, made by Central Point Software. And you know what's scary about this is that Central Point Software became Semantic Antivirus, which became Norton Antivirus.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep, there is no hard drive here. This is not a place of glory.
Some monsters just won't die.
No, that's because I dug up the corpse. If you really want to see scary monsters under the bed, I can install OS2 1.0. See, that's nice and fast. Look at that.
Oh yeah, that's actually not bad. That is.
I think a
nowhere near
lot
as
of
bad
it
as
is
I
just
thought it was gonna
because when I tried this with Windows 3.1 and not 4 workgroups, it was a lot better.
be. Mhm.
And if I had the 32-bit driver, it would be fine. But do you want to see one of the greatest bugs known to mankind? If I open Schedule Plus, and then we wait about 5 minutes. Let's see here. That's fine. We can only going to use the personal features. Please tell me it's going to do the error. Please tell me it's going to do the error. God damn it. There it is. The system date must be between 1920 and 2019.
Oh, damn,
Wow.
just barely.
Wow.
So close.
Yeah, I did an entire video dedicated to Windows for Workgroups. And what I discovered is in its default settings, if we go in, I don't know if this will work because this is on a network drive, but on the normal Windows for workgroups, it's fine. Windows setup cannot find config.sys or autoexec.bat.
Wait a minute.
There's something wrong with this particular picture. Okay, so I can't show it because this is iffy Windows, but the default install basically makes Windows install as it does all of it over IPX.
Mhm.
So, yes, you can in fact run Windows 3.1, and then you can go a step further. You can run WordPerfect from Windows without a hard disk.
Nice.
It might take a few minutes. It's trying. Flashing cursor. Sometime today, NetWare. And if we look at Wireshark, holy cow. Oh man, who remembers this screen?
Oop, we lost your.
We lost your screen again.
I remember that screen.
Yeah.
But look, it's prompting for a username because it detects I'm running on NetWare.
Nice.
You know, because this isn't cursed enough.
Yep.
I miss WordPerfect. It was good software.
I still have WordPerfect based I hesitate to call it PTSD because I'm still having those problems. My lawyer mother will not give up WordPerfect for love or money.
Well, here's the other thing I've noticed. Conventional memory, 102 kilobytes, which is really impressive considering I've got a network client, Windows, and a RAM disk all running, and I still have 100 kilobytes free.
Yeah, that's not bad.
WordPerfect's Make It Fit feature is something no other word processor has been able to recreate, and was the best reason to use WordPerfect.
That of how much it could run in like nothing.
No, it had a feature called Make It Fit, where you could highlight a bunch of stuff or an entire document, and it would just and then you'd give it a number of pages, and it would do whatever was necessary to make whatever you had highlighted fit in that number of pages, and it was just flawless.
That was great for you have a 8-page report. All
Yeah.
right.
See, what I remember more than anything was reveal code, so I could figure out why the fuck something was bolded. Because So okay, so we've abused NetWare, and everything else. Let's see here. What else should I do? What other corpses should I desecrate tonight? I've got Windows NT. We could try recovering more backup software. I've got Borland C.
Borland C?
Oh, that's a blast from the past.
No
Yeah.
Doom?
I don't have it on floppy disk.
Disappointing.
Yeah, I know. Well, hold on. Let's take out the Borland floppy disks. Let's
I found a LexisNexis floppy disk the other day.
Okay. Look at the Borland. Look at all the Borland.
Ooh, Borland
Actually-
C++.
Yes. So I went into Freenode in C++, and they made comments about my compiler old enough to drink. Literally.
Old enough to go to war and die for its country.
I do want to show one other thing I've done floppy related. This is a very large stack of floppy disks. This is 31 floppy disks. I installed SLS Linux from 31 floppy disks, and I died inside. I didn't even get the T-shirt. Radio Statler, you're now at the point where you're now in the text adventure where you get to choose your own path. Do we play with Borland? Do we dump some more software, or do I go through my thing of retro and torture you guys some more? Because let's see here.
I like the idea of retro tech BDSM. Torture us.
Okay, I can install OS 2 1.0.
Oh, I remember the commercials for Warp.
Or
Hey,
I've done this one. I've
put out a new version.
before, but do we want to see what the IBM thought a PC network was like? I have exploring the IBM PC network from 1985.
No, is no an acceptable answer?
It just encourages me more.
This is maybe it's not close enough to Halloween yet.
I've got Windows 1.0 and its SDK. It's like, do I really? How do you want to be tortured, with or without fire? Okay, you know what? We're going to so we've got 11 Borland disks here, and then we have 2 for the text adder. Or do we just go for broken dump the net? You know what?
Bro. I mean, my response normally to the with or without fire is the hey, look over there while I try and flee.
Okay. We are going to try and dump these netware disks. It scares me to do this because I only get one shot, and these disks are older than I am. They're NetWare 286 2.0A. It's an undumped version of NetWare. So I really do hope that these have survived. Okay, let me put these all. Let me just get these stuff back in the bag, and let's get the dumping to let's assume the position to take the dump. So apparently this is a big NetWare night. Maybe next year we'll look at the competition and we'll install LAN Manager. Let's see here. Yeah, I just realized I never told my Discord that I was on Radio Statler. Hold on. Let me just make a quick announcement because people in my Discord probably are going to want to see this because I got so sidetracked. It was like, eek. I'm on Radio Statler doing crimes against computers. Come join. Okay, and then hopefully Side Pocket will let me know if they have anything in chat.
You can share our Discord and they can join there if they want to chat.
Yeah, well,
Link the servers.
There's a limit of how many Discords you can be in. Kind of sucks.
Wait, is there?
100 servers.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's such a tiny amount of servers.
Yeah.
When everyone and their uncle has a Discord, it goes quick.
It's kind of true.
It's because Discord encouraged that, and like, how are you going to encourage it and then also put a limit? Like, make up your goddamn mind.
Well, you're assuming the people that are behind this have any sort of common sense. That was your first mistake.
I don't understand why Discord is becoming so popular out of nowhere.
I understand why it's becoming so popular, but so
Marketing.
I'll explain it in a moment because see, I kind of feel better doing this disc dumping while I'm on camera because when it goes catastrophically wrong, at least my tears get captured for posterity.
I mean, I feel like the reason that Discord got super popular is because they, it's all of the interactive features of Slack, but also it has really good community management features. So for like building communities, it works out really well with all of the role controls and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay, so one thing I'm doing is
too many users and servers, and then start charging for things and limiting stuff like Slack.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with them was that the reason they got a big boost was when Slack decided we're only going to focus on business and we're not going to ever develop community features.
So
Okay, Nick is absolutely right on that.
Now Discord officially announced they're focusing on business.
Which is hilarious because, yeah, I who uses Discord for business?
It's just like
Well, nobody was using Slack for business either. They were using, whatever the Microsoft product du jour was.
All right, so
biggest one actually came from HipChat. HipChat and Stride were the biggest.
HipChat, yeah, that was. You're right.
And Campfire.
But before that, the two enterprises I worked on, we were just running internal IRC servers.
That's what we did at Canonical. The thing is, IRC has some problems that make me not love it.
Well, everything has problems to make me not love it. Right? Like nothing's good. It's just like this streaming crap.
Yeah, but things
you can't be like, why don't you do this? It's better. It's like everything's terrible. It's like airlines and cell phones.
Okay.
what features does it have that I absolutely need?
Sorry if I'm not talking. I just want to do the setup work here. And my ass is clenched so hard that I'm going to have health issues.
Gonna bust a cheek,
Something like that, because I'm dealing with sort of priceless software. Okay, it's reading. Please let nothing go wrong. 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 In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Whoa. We got our limits here.
I'm installing NetWare. There's nothing sacrilege here.
What?
No, wait, that was the wrong word.
Did you sacrifice a god or a goat at the altar of binary gods over the weekend?
We installed Windows for Workgroups onto NetWare, so yes.
There's
okay, that works. I mean,
there is
that's
no
the
God
only
after
other.
that.
That's the only other acceptable thing to do, of course.
Well, if we really wanted to do cruel and unusual, I could have installed NetWare Forward and we could have played with eDirectory.
That's true.
Or I could install Solaris and we could remember Sun Directory Services or NIS.
Oh God.
Solaris is where I learned Starnix. So I have a permanent handicap.
Okay.
Solaris is the resin I use to make fake crystals.
Well, this is very slowly dumping. What's amazing is that I don't think I've ever seen a floppy disk from '87 before, and that's what the copyright discs on these discs are.
Well, you can copyright stuff and keep that date and keep making discs.
Well, true, but from what we know, this version of NetWare is very rare. The fact is I actually bid on something completely different, and what I got was actually better than what I bid on. So, it's one of those rare times you get the wrong item and you're happy with it.
Love that.
Yeah. Because this version of NetWare was dumped, but two of the disks had degraded, so the only driver that survived was the ArcNet driver and the FreeC501 card that is so notoriously terrible. The Linux kernel has a comment saying you should never use this card, not even as a joke. Although that driver lasted longer in the kernel mainland line than the token ring support. Okay. That's disk 1 dumped. I'm sorry, the problem is that the labels on these discs are so faded, it's very hard to tell which one's which. Okay, so this is public. I really hope there's not a disk missing. There might be a disk missing. Because I have OCPCN2, but I don't have a PCN1, but for all I know, I don't know if there's something actually missing. Okay, so this is called OSPCN2. In the drive.
Hey, pro tip.
Yeah.
You want to get like 30 years of like electrical scorching off of wood paneling. Mr. Clean Magic Erasers.
Oh, I love those things. They're
These are
great.
Mr. Clean Magic Erasers clean like anything. We used to use them. I used to work at a rock wall, and once a year we would take TSP and we would remove all of the handholds off the wall, and we would use Magic Eraser and TSP, and we would clean the shit out of everything, and then throw it all back up there. And that would clean like whatever. I used it to get paint off of the bumper of my car. And that paint had been on there for like 6 months to a year.
It actually works very good at removing grime and other things off retro computer plastics.
Oh, I believe it.
Windex works really well. But the thing that I never can get behind is doing retro bright, because the idea of using peroxide on a computer just scares me.
The results are pretty amazing. And like you dilute it.
I've also seen it go wrong.
Well, I can attest, if you're cleaning an old crane machine from the 80s, that's what you want. This thing is great.
I can't wait till I have enough time to crack into that pinball machine.
That's a nightmare, man.
Which pinball?
I've got an old Selectaball. I can't remember the name, but back from the times of pinball prohibition.
Is it still showing my video of me dumping stuff?
Yep, and it's moving.
Yep. Well, a 3 1/4 inch floppy takes a lot longer to read than a low density 5 1/4.
Oh yeah.
But each one of these dump files is about 50 megabytes in size, which is amazing when you think about it, because it's basically making a backup of the literal ones and zeros.
That is pretty amazing.
All that technology just to read old floppy disks. Why am I doing this again? I think I have problems in my life.
We all have problems in our life. That's why we're here.
Well, I mean, if I really wanted to scare a little friend, we could install Xenex and configure SendMail.
I mean, I don't think that mail has ever gotten better.
Well, at least we don't have to use M4 macros to configure it, though. See, because I used to do some work with ICANN, and I've done DNS security work. I have this entire project for making DNSSEC not suck. So I know enough about DNS that I'm convinced that the internet should not actually be possible.
There is, let me still see if I still have it. Stilldrinking.org. There we go. I think it's this one.
Okay. All right. That's OSPCN2 dumped. Now we're going to dump the start disk. See, I have no idea what order you're supposed to install these in, because there is no surviving documentation about this. So, and I have to keep saying the write protect notch because I'm so scared something's going to go wrong.
Hey, you're not supposed to have this disk blank.
You know, I wouldn't be, the thing is, I remember Sierra Games, and I wouldn't be surprised if that would happen if you died one too many times in a pirated copy of Space Quest. Oh, okay. It made one of those sounds that made me scared. This is like the most butt-clenching thing, and I'm literally watching a progress bar.
Do you have any kind of like safety switch on your diskette drive, like a kill switch?
I have the main surge protector within arm's reach with a
so
big
you can
red
just
button.
kill that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
If I disappear from the stream, it means I push the big red button. Because it's all on one breaker.
I've used that more than once as a oh shit button.
It's like, who? Oh no, I should probably. There's some sentences that should not be said on out loud. But that was interesting. Okay. Yeah. So some of the other projects I've been working on is I discovered a really horrible thing made by Tandy called the Tandy Viz. And as it turns out, it's a gaming console that's like the CDI with MS-DOS in ROM and Windows in ROM, modular Windows 3.0. And it's possibly one of the most cursed things I've ever seen, but I don't have a fully working one. So I haven't been able to dump its firmware properly, but it literally has a 286 BIOS in there running Windows in standard mode, and it's like, no.
Poor thing.
Yep. Well, like I said, I do all sorts of horrible, horrible things. I mean, it could be worse. It could be running OS 2.
We went to a Tandy not too long ago.
Went to a Tandy?
Yeah, Tandy Leather.
Yeah, those are still around.
Oh yeah, we got
There's
one in our town.
Holy shit!
What's a Tandy Leather?
They have all the leather stuff.
And I believe it was the same company.
Just as a note, I'm seeing on the Jitsi, DEF CON has canceled T-shirt, and I feel like that's not an appropriate shirt for safe mode.
What are you talking about?
The back of your shirt
Yeah,
says DEF CON is canceled.
right.
This doesn't feel like the right year for that.
Well,
that
they
joke.
couldn't have made the shirt then.
Huh?
You can email info@defcon.
Wait, is that actually the safe mode shirt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, this is the legit year that DEF CON was actually canceled.
I didn't realize that was the actual shirt. Oh,
Yeah.
God damn it.
If not now, when?
Yeah.
Well, and that's when the giant meteor takes out Vegas.
Well,
And also the rest of us.
But then it's not necessarily canceled, it's just in a new venue.
That's DEF CON is obliterated.
DEF CON's in hell this year?
Well, no, it's what happens when DEF CON reenacts war games. That's
DEF
when they-
CON Fargo Edition.
Well, no, it's like instead
Fallout
the
edition.
DEF CON's captured the flag will go on, and the way you win is you get into the thermonuclear warfare and you nuke Vegas. Except it wasn't actually a game.
When everything goes white, you win.
It's just another variant of the kill screen.
Has anybody seen the
Wait,
unrelated sequel to that movie?
Aaron, wasn't that phrase also Trump's unofficial campaign slogan?
Whoa.
You went there. You went there.
We're all like inches from there for like
not at
forever
home.
now,
This is
so
this
it's
is
fine.
a MAGA supportive environment here.
Well, see, no, there's nothing I could say to that will end well. So, because every time what I've learned is that if we talk about Magna, you just get dragged down to their level and then they beat you with experience.
You're right. It's all fake. Just go to the hospital and see for yourself.
Did you see that guy who did that?
Oh yeah.
And he's in the lobby like, where's all the patients? And then he's in the parking lot yelling at the nurses, I don't see any patients here. Like they're supposed to be just like in the lobby.
Milling around like zombies.
Gosh, I'm so sick. Thank God I'm in the hospital.
They're supposed to be prepped for display to him.
Everybody knows that nurses really just carry all of their patients with them.
Yeah, well, that's why they have the adult ponchos.
And,
Yes.
and that's why
If you could
Scripps
just
have
go to
so
a
many
hospital
pockets.
and be like, hey, can you show me all the pneumonia patients? Can you take me to the pneumonia people, please? Just real quick, I just need to make sure they're there. Like the hospital's gonna go, oh yeah,
That pneumonia exists. Yeah.
come on.
Yeah,
down.
I'll engage
There
in
is
that
a
massive
pneumonia
HIPAA
ward.
violation for you.
Showing up in your hip hop gear, where are all the pediatric cancer patients at?
But what amazes me is that in the era before HIPAA, that would have been completely legal.
And it happened.
I
Yes,
mean,
it did.
people have heard the story about the
Hospital's
first.
discretion, and the hospital would just be like, no, we don't have the manpower for this. Please leave.
I mean, but also people have heard the story about where like the first neonatal intensive care units came from, right?
No, tell me.
So basically back in the early 1900s and stuff, they just would assume if you were born young, obviously survival of the fittest, God wanted you to die, so they just let you sit and sent you home and you died. And there was a doctor, there was a guy who basically was a showman and bit of a doctor, and he set up displays of these premature babies at Coney Island, and people were charged a quarter to come in.
Bit of a doctor.
Because he like legit was, but like well, yeah, because people kind of treated him like a snake oil salesman, because he's like, look, I've got all of these premature babies and we're keeping them alive, and people are like, oh, like you're just for show, like these kids aren't going to actually grow up and be healthy or anything. And like doctors really like dismissed him because they're like, oh well, you're just a sideshow. And he actually had better cleanliness than most hospitals did. Like he was very strict about what was done, and he's now viewed in in history as really.
Well, because he needed that to keep the premature babies alive. Like it was a necessity.
Yeah, and he's viewed now as like the father of neonatology.
A gross affront to God, and you're going to go to hell for this.
And like doctors were really blasé about cleanliness in childbirth for the longest time. Like,
I'm a gentleman. I don't need to wash my hands.
You know the story about how hand washing came.
It's messy. Why bother?
Yeah,
So,
it's Dr.
Gonna
Martin.
get dirty again.
Just as a note, we've officially got past the halfway point on dumping NetWare 2.0.
Woo!
Yay.
I'm sorry. Am I boring? Okay, fine. I will break out the evil.
No, we were cheering for you.
We're cheering for you. That's just
No,
as excited as I
break
get
out
in
the E3.
2020.
Well, think about it this way. We're going to be next year on Radio Statler. We're all going to be sitting here remembering, man, we all thought 2020 was bad, but this is worse.
That's what I keep thinking about, like every year.
Like,
I think there's going to be a lot of good that comes from this, though.
no,
Oh, yeah.
long term
Eventually.
good, but everyone who lives through this is going to have some weird PTSD.
Well, I'm going to be make sure that when we
at least this happened.
Grandpa doesn't web chat. He was alive during the pandemic.
which in 1920.
No, I was thinking in 20 years from now.
2050.
Yeah, I'm excited to be to get disability compensation because I can't do webinars because of PTSD, and now so I can't work.
Well, see, I just want to be, I'm just imagining right now that we are back at the Hotel Pennsylvania. I am sitting with Neo at the disinformation desk, and strange noises are coming out of the Radio Statler booth, because this is how I remember my first hope.
Yeah, it was probably still me rebuilding a crane machine.
Well, I literally was there with the setup with Lindsay, and I literally got to watch the fourth wall fall over.
Oh, what's his name? Thurman did that.
Yes, because as it turns out, styrofoam does not stop does not stop a human being.
Who would have known?
Who would have thunk it?
Well,
It's not the
nothing
worst
stopped
though,
Thurman.
So
because let me tell you, at least it
Styrofoam
wasn't
also
a
doesn't
knife
stop a knife.
through the wall.
Oh yeah, the knife in the wall was a good.
Yeah, the knife in the wall where somebody's like, "I'm gonna make a glory hole," and then all of a sudden this knife comes through, and you're like, "What the fuck?
well,
Why are you making holes in my wall?"
at least the Segway didn't come crashing into the booth.
That's happened.
About that. That's just
That has
We're
happened.
not going to talk about that.
Yeah,
We're not gonna
I'm
talk
sorry.
about that.
I crossed the line. I'm sorry. Let's.
But-
there are some people who still see that.
Yeah.
But it's also one of the reasons why, for years when we set up, we used snow fencing and zip tied it to columns, because it gave an little extra buffer when people ran into curtains and things.
That being said, I've decided, because we're going to have Hope in theory in 2021, I am going to make a point to come buzz you guys in person when I'm not torturing Neo.
Yeah.
Or Side Pocket.
I mean, will you have time though?
It'll be 2 a.m. There will be a period where I'm waiting for my discs to dump. I will be sitting there with a piece of. So I have this really wonderful piece of hardware that was actually at Hope 2018, called Fail Server, And I'm going to describe this in a very accurate set of terms that are also very misleading. Because Fail Server is a cutting edge 2U server from 1990 from 2003 or sorry, from 2002 that is an Intel 64-bit platform and runs Windows XP. There are so many things wrong with that sentence, but I didn't actually say anything not true. The question is, for Radio Statler, do you know what I'm talking about? And if so, I'm sorry.
The other night was a pretty, like, authentic Radio Statler experience. I was uncomfortably hot. I was delirious. I was half passed out. That's hope all over it.
So, the thing that I brought to Hotel Pennsylvania was an Intel Itanium 64-bit server running Windows.
Oh.
With the sign on it saying, I'm a Windows server, I'm a Windows 2003 server, hack me and win. And
I
it was
remember
sitting,
that.
yes, it was sitting at the information desk. And the reason why we never had to capture the flag is we plugged the thing in, and then Hotel Pennsylvania had a brownout. Literally. I was the one that blew out the circuit breaker because I think Statler went off air when it happened.
And Brody got yelled at because hotel management was mad.
Yeah, well, hold on. Hotel Penn management was always mad.
They were less mad before they changed hands. Like the first year they changed hands, our interactions with them, I think, started with like them confiscating security's alcohol.
Yeah.
See, I've only ever been to the One Hope because, amazingly, despite living in New York City and knowing about 2600 for years, the magazine, I only got involved with the group in 2018, and then that's how I got involved with Hope. And then it's like I hear all these amazing stories, and then it's like, what have I been doing with all my life?
It was always better the last time, and it was always best the first year you went.
See, I still keep saying that we should call Hope 2020 the Missing Hope.
I think that's a better track record than me because I heard about Hope in 1996 and I didn't go till 2006.
This is my 8th Hope, you guys, because my first one was Hope 6.
Well, at least I got to speak at my first Hope, and I didn't make an idiot of myself.
That's because you're cool. All I got was drafted to security.
Well, the worst part is when your manager hears that you're talking at Hope on your subject matter, tunes in, and then sends you a message while you're on stage saying you're doing really well, literally as I'm giving my talk.
I mean,
it's like
it can definitely be worse. You heard what happened to Salesforce's red team at DEF CON, right? Where they went up on stage, presented something that was supposed to have been okayed for presentation, and walked off stage to messages saying they've been fired.
Oh,
that's
wow,
why we have
sucks.
SkyTalk now.
That's a dick move.
Yeah. You know, the problem I have is that, and I am speaking from experience, is that if you have a topic that you need to give at Sky Talks, it's usually because it's a talk that you really don't want to have to give. Because you're either highlighting failures that the industry has failed to talk about.
I've given talks about personal stuff at Sky Talks that was just things I wanted to make damn sure, like there's stories I love to tell, but I wanted to make damn sure they weren't recorded in case I decide to stop telling them.
That's fair. When the Sky Talk sessions I went to was a lot of like, these are some really big problems with security industry, and we can't talk about them publicly without being sued. Because that was like half the Sky Talks I saw. Okay, second to last disc, and then we get to see if any of these errored out. We are saving history here. The only thing that this could be more epic is if I could find a copy of NetWare 1.0 for the 8086.
You know, we have a stack of floppies we should flip through.
If you want, where are you based in real life?
We're Tappan Zee Bridge.
We're across the river from Sing Sing.
I could come up if you want. We could do a follow-up where I dump all your old floppies and we look at your embarrassing JPEGs on stream.
Yeah.
We might have to be careful about that because I think most of our floppies are from a law office.
Oh, okay.
And
Well,
like
if
backing
you
software up for posterity is one thing, but we'd have to be really careful about there not being like files
Wills.
and wills and stuff. Like,
fair enough. I was being more sarcastic. On an actual serious note, if you would like those floppy disks archived, contact me out of channel, and as long as I can do a documentary on the actual recovery process without actually showing the content, I'd be happy to do it for you.
Oh yeah,
we
and
can always help you blur like the right stuff out of the footage. That's
Yeah.
easy enough from our perspective.
Yeah, no, I would love to do something like that, especially
And
'cause
like,
I love doing data recovery. It's like model trains except more expensive.
yeah,
and it would be really cool if like we had some software discs that you don't have that we could like just be like, here you go, have them for your collection and to like make your whole thing more complete.
we have some old copies of WordPerfect.
Oh, you bet.
I was about to say, if it was a law office, it was WordPerfect and Reference Manager.
And then I think there's like a butt ton of hot doc stuff.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would, if we want to, we could even do it this Hope, because I could easily take Metro North up to, what's the station that's very close to the bridge and meet you there.
Terrytown or Irvington.
Yeah,
Our office is not quite habitable at the moment. I think we have only one working light bulb.
Oh yeah,
Well, man, where are you supposed to find light bulbs at?
Yeah, Siri.
well, hold on. If I can find floppy disks on eBay and Amazon, you should be able to find a damn light bulb.
oh yeah, it's more like remembering.
Wading through all the stuff to get to where you put the light bulbs in.
Yeah, I'm sure I'd have to dig through all the files to like find the boxes of floppies.
That's fine.
You do hate
Just remember, if you dig too hard, you'll accidentally find Bob.
Oh, I find Bob every day.
No, this is the bad Bob. This is Microsoft Bob. Okay. Last disc. Moment of truth. You know the worst part about archiving this is that even if I archive all these successfully, I can't actually install it because this version of NetWare supports 3 network devices total.
And yours ain't one of them.
It supports an ArcNet adapter, and if you know what ArcNet is, I'm sorry, a 3COM 3C501 and the NE 1000, not the 2000, the original 1000. Which was
I wanted to dig through the old hardware stuff in like a minute.
We should take a look at our retro shelf and see what's on it.
Well, you know what we should do at Hope 2021 is Night Owl will do his lineman thing. I will set up a token ring network.
We were talking about the token ring at my high school on an earlier stream.
Okay, all right. The last disc is dumping.
So circle the last hope,
And then we're going to try to install it, which is probably a bad idea.
But bad ideas lead to good stories, so I think we should do it.
Yeah, no, we are. I just, I was a little bit hesitant on, it's like, do we really want to be on camera just watching a progress bar? And then I realized people watch progress bars every day when they're on the New York City subway.
Yep.
My teacher actually predicted this back in like 1993 as all of us sat around in the computer lab watching something install, and he's just like, they just need to like make a program where it's just a progress bar. You set how long it takes and you just watch it.
Well, I was just thinking though, if the pandemic had happened in the late 90s, we'd probably all be sitting on CompuServe in the CB radio or on AIM. Oh, actually, speaking of AIM, someone actually created a reverse implementation of the Oscar protocol so you can use AIM clients again.
Oh, wow.
I was just talking about that earlier. I think on this stream.
Yeah.
Well, also somebody just dumped the source code.
What has it been with 2020? There has been more code leaks this year than the last 20.
A lot of the old guards getting fired.
And like,
Yeah, it's a lot of companies running out of money and not securing shit or going under. It's a lot of the stuff that's been leaked has been via third parties, not first party.
Well, the thing that really blew my mind was that Super Mario 64 source code leaked that showed that Luigi was in it, and it leaked 24 years and 1 month from the game's release.
You're jumping. So there was a Luigi sprite in it. Nowhere in the compiled.
Right. No, I know
script
that, but
included that sprite. He's not in the game. He's not a playable character. Yeah.
But come on, it was a childhood thing. L is real 2401. That's like one of the greatest urban legends. And then 24 years and 1 month later, we discover that Luigi was in the game and removed. Okay. The NetWare discs have been dumped. Suddenly, I feel like a great weight has been lifted off my shoulder. The obligation of backing up. Because, God, you know what I just realized this entire stream is? It's literally watching me back up my floppy disks.
Yeah. But we knew that going in.
Well, I don't know what Side Pocket told you about me. Okay. Now I just have to get this back in this little cardboard box. And, I just realized something.
Oh man, somebody just texted us, and I'm like, thinking about telling them to tune into the live stream that watch how boring we are. And I realized in 2020, I have a friend that doesn't have internet.
no, they're stealing it from the restaurant under them now.
Well, yeah,
but they don't have their own internet.
Oh yeah, like I have a friend who's downright affluent, but who makes six figures, who still steals the internet from the restaurant below him.
But they didn't start stealing internet till COVID.
That's how expensive internet is. My friend who makes six figures still steals the internet, and when it goes down at the restaurant, he goes, sorry, the internet's down. I just have to wait, and that's better than the amount I would have to spend to get it in my unit.
That's great. It's terrible. I have Comcast, and I just went through with them to change to up my speed, and to show you how ass backwards their pricing models are. Huh?
My internet I got booted.
So to show you how ass backward their pricing models are, going from a 180 meg plan to a gig plan is costing me $10 less a month with no term limits.
We basically went through this with Verizon just about a year ago to strip down Aaron's parents' internet because, basically we had to cancel the account and start a new one for them because
and they were not interested in customer retention.
Not even a little.
Finally, when we got them to cancel, they're like, "Oh, you've had this account since 1978. Are you sure you want to cancel it?"
And we're like, "Yeah, because you are charging us 3 times as much for 10% of the speed of a new customer, and that's not even including the free double speed for 3 years."
You know what's wrong is that you said double speed and I was going to say double space. I know what we're doing after NetWare. Shit. I said that and I realized I am in fact going to try. We're going to play with double space. No. That's a bad idea.
That is a talent of ours. We accidentally say things we have no idea about, and people just go, "Oh, now I have to do it." I was just putting random words together, but apparently I just ruined your life.
That's like the magic thing where like we can cut highlight reels in languages we don't speak. People are like, "How do you pick out all the good sentences?" I'm like, "I wait for people to applaud, and sentences have rhythm. It's fine."
You wait for someone to start crying in the corner like I am right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the thing we do by accident.
I do wish I wish I knew why the camera was so dark in here. I've got plenty of light. There is an entire chandelier above me.
It actually looks like the white balance is set to the wrong kind of color temperature.
Yeah.
It's the problem is it's a really cheap webcam, and
It's also because the light's behind you, not coming from in front of you. Like,
Yeah.
so the reason I look the way I do is because I literally have an under counter light above my desk shelf going at me. It doesn't matter how bright the room is. If the room behind me is brighter, then I'm gonna look like crap. It's the same thing. You actually need front facing light, which is why like they have the fancy rings and stuff.
I remember when that was the killer feature on video cameras, backlight correction.
all right. Let me try turning a light on, because I do in fact have some additional lamps. You must build additional pylons. That just made me blurry.
Well, the movement will do
That
that.
looks better.
It's fine.
Have enough Vespine gas.
It's not usually this bad. There's something I just need to buy a less shit one off Amazon.
We are really digging our USB 2 HDMI capture that we like ordered after the whole live stream started.
I think we ordered it on like Monday,
Yeah.
and it came yesterday.
No, we ordered it and we got it on. We ordered it on like Friday or Saturday and got it on Monday.
So, actually, I just realized there is one thing about the pandemic that might become a true first for Radio Statler. This might be the first year you have no downtime. Or is that ship already sailed?
It's
No.
too late. It's too late. We've already had some issues with Wowza, which has led to the stream being down.
Oh, wow.
Say
That
la
and
vie.
we had YouTube ban our video stream as well.
Oh, you got banned off YouTube? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think we did. Did we?
Oh yeah, we did.
When?
I can tell you that we did because it was.
We got temp banned when
banned.
the what was it, the first or second night when we were playing
Hackers.
hackers videos, and we got temporarily restricted.
Yep, true story.
Okay. All right. So now that we've dumped all those discs, and let's see if they actually were any good. So here's install. Let's see here. So install. Let's see here. Track analyzer. No bad sectors, although that's slightly concerning, but it doesn't. No CRC failures. Okay. What we'll do is we'll just do a batch convert. I'm just going to look at these one by one, because if there is a failure, I want to know where the failure is. I want to know where the failure is coming from.
Don't we all?
Well, the thing is, though, that a lot of times in life you can guess in advance where the failure is going to come from.
Very true.
Okay. No bad sectors on that one. I don't want to jinx myself, because if the moment I say I think we're home free, it's all going to go downhill.
You got to preempt it with the double cross.
I mean, things going downhill are generally entertaining, so I don't see a problem with this.
Yes, but I'm trying to save cultural artifacts. You don't want to see things going downhill when you're like restoring the Mona Lisa.
Ooh.
No,
Just-
that's what happens in Spain.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
The Jesus Restoration.
Okay. So far, so good. Now this. I'm going to be really interested to run Autopsy on these disks because I'm curious. Apparently, if you run Autopsy on like the original MS-DOS 3.3 disks, you find internal Microsoft emails and source code in the deleted sectors.
I love I think old Nintendo games. If you look at their ballast, it's like pirated copies of WinZip and saucy pictures.
Yeah, no, sounds about right. It really astounds me the things that we find on the internet in this day and age. Or let me phrase that: the things that we find that were acceptable 30 years ago that are no longer acceptable. But at least we're not playing Limbo of the Lost. Because Limbo of the Lost, if for people that don't know, was a really poorly made video game that ripped every single one of its assets from a lot better games. Well, that's interesting. That sector is not quite where it's supposed to be. That may actually be copy protection. Well, I won't know until I actually try and install it. So we will see. That's unusual. Most NetWare stuff is not copy protected, and this is what's called the ELS system or entry level. This was like the cheap demo copy you got to make you pay a lot of money to Novell for the real thing. Think like Oracle.
I was thinking Doom.
Yeah, but Doom, you got a useful video game. With Novell, you just got a file server. One of these things was good for the society, and one of those things was not.
Floppies to add to the archive pile. So
I'll be back.
That's cool.
Well, so far, none of these have been reporting bad sectors. I do know what a bad disk looks like. You see a lot of red. The only reason we see red on the center ring is there's no manufacturing data on the disk, which is not uncommon. So, okay, so that was shell 1. That's start. This one's actually got some unused sectors, which is interesting. But I'm seeing lots and lots of good valid data here, which is weird. My data is valid? Huh. Okay, back at restore. Or wrong one. NetWare. All right, and system. Okay, I guess they all dump successfully. The question is, will they actually work? So let's make a raw. We are going to choose our input folder. We are going to choose our output folder. We're going to choose a folder that is full of. My folder is full of folders. Let's go to.
I love to hide files back in the old Windows days by making a maze of folders.
Me, I used to hide files in alternate data streams. This is like the worst interface I've used, and I've used a lot of bad interfaces. Okay, all right, let's do it. Let's hit the mass convert button. All right, it's converting. It's converting from magnetic flux to real data. And then we can run file, and then we can run autopsy. Please work, please work. I feel like this needs a tweet. Okay, 8 files successfully converted, but did it actually convert? Find out next year on Radio Statler.
Next time on Radio Statler.
Did it compile?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. We have a lot of DAWs fat files. I still have no idea how we actually install this, but that is progress. I'm guessing we start with the install floppy. I don't know why, but that seems like a logical place to begin. Oh, look, there's there's our DOSGen file. Holy cow! Look, 1985. Holy cow! I'm actually curious. What is on these? So this one is ANET 3, some sort of boot thing. Okay. Public 1. Yeah, it's all a bunch of weird old shit.
Who would have thought?
Well, okay, that's fair. That is fair. Who would have thought? Okay, so that's all public files. Shell should be the NetWare client. And it is. And look, there's the NE1000, which is actually very important because that was the file that could not be recovered from the original dump of this.
We're making history.
Yeah, no, I actually am.
And we're
I'm going to
storing
I
history.
have someone that's going to be very happy once I upload these. I mean, the thing is that I live in fear that I'm going to get like sued by like Microtel who bought Novell because I'm trying to save their own corporate history. Because I don't think anyone here on Radio Statler or most of our listeners would think that preserving bits of computer history is a bad thing, but copyright law. Okay, so let me make
Apparently, it's not fair use to try and recover your own files.
Or actually, if you have a cryoflux, that's in fact true because cryoflux puts limitations on how you can use the product, which really sucks. All right, so right now I'm just rearranging these files so when I'm ready to upload it to the Internet Archive, okay, so that's their image. Install. All right, so then let's make a temp copy of these, just on the offhand chance that as far as I know, this is Virgin Media, but maybe it's not. And I'm not even completely sure we're going to be able to get it up and running, but we will try. So, all right. We have a perfectly good DAWs 3.3 machine. I think we should use it. In fact, no, actually, hold on, let me think about this. Let me think about this. If we use VirtualBox, we can emulate an ISA network card, which may be compatible. I don't know for sure. So yeah, we're going to try with VirtualBox first. I'm not completely convinced. Well, I'm having a problem here because I don't know the best. It's good. We're going to go with PCM just because it's got the best chance of actually doing something. So okay, so here let's switch our view. Switch our view. So we're back. This has been running in the background the whole time, running Lotus 123. While we do this, so let's insert into disk drive A. I guess I'm going to start with the install disk because it seems like a logical place to begin, but this is also Novell. And if anyone here is administered Novell, you'll know it's not a logical system. Oh, that's why. Okay, all right. Let us see here. I want to install. So dir. Let's just run install. Is the video actually working?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's a great way to start. Problem with drive 0, drive not set for a hot fix. That's a great start. I think I'm going to have to find some instructions.
Oh, where they put the instructions?
Well, I'm sorry. I like reading manuals. You know, nothing is more exciting to me than sitting next to
Hey, how are we for time here?
So it's 10:30. If we want to live stream Radio Wonderland, that's at midnight Eastern time. So
I could keep on for a while. It's up to you guys.
You've got plenty of time.
yeah, I don't think we have anything scheduled after you because usually this is drunk o'clock and
Right, that means no one's paying attention.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I just would say that you know,
I'm just
usually we don't want, you know, to be like, hey, come hang out with us while we're fucking shit faced. Good content. Like we want to leave a good impression for people that we're interviewing.
I mean, I feel like a lot of
Otherwise they don't-
people kind of come to Radio Statler for that shit-based content, though. We're kind of known for it.
I mean,
Playing Love Boat with Colonel Panics.
Bacon and cheese hour.
People come here for a good time.
People come to Radio Statler
For a good time. I thought you only come for a bad time.
How many people are watching?
for a good time. Call
For a
1-800
memorable time.
Hey, we have 13 people watching now, and like there aren't 13 of us, so people are watching.
I haven't checked.
13 on Jitsi or where?
On the YouTube stream.
Oh.
I've got it open to monitor it, but
Let me see how many are on the DEF CON 201 stream, and we've got another 3 there.
Why is that streaming it? Like,
Because this
on multiple platforms, you inherently detract from the others.
because my normal show is on Wednesdays on the DEF CON 201 show. So it's being simulcast because our normal group is going to be looking on Twitch for me and not on Radio Statler.
yeah.
So
I don't like it.
I'd like to welcome our 3-letter overlords.
well, if you want to assign if you want an exclusivity deal, I'm open to offers.
Yeah, we only exist for like, well, I guess 9 years, 9 years, 2020 time. 9 days every other year.
They can rehost. Like, simulcasting is the problem. Rehosting is fine. Oh, shit. All right.
Maybe it is a rehost. I don't know. I'm not
Guys,
doing
it works.
You got a light to work.
You got a light to work. Johnny said, "Let there be light," and then there was light.
This is an ongoing Radio Statler. It's the B story. So this is the crane machine. Remember, I was wiring up the lights the other night.
yeah.
Okay.
Are you Roger?
Huh?
Are you Roger in this tale?
Yes. Yeah. Well, no. Like it's been going on throughout these episodes, though. So it's like it's an arc at this point.
So I just realized something.
Multi-episode arcs.
If I'm going to actually get NetWare to work, I need a second hard drive.
Oh.
Because, frig. I need. You know what? We're going to try this. You know, screw it. We're going to try this in VirtualBox. If it doesn't work in VirtualBox, we'll come back to PCM because my brain is hurting. And we'll go with a 500 megabyte hard drive because anything larger than 500 megabytes and we have problems.
The computer will accuse you of being a witch.
No, it's called well, technically that's true, but it's actually because of translation geometry. Remember that thing? So first we're going to
accuse you of speaking in tongues.
Speaking of tongues. Okay, so let's install MS-DAWs. You know, we're going to install DAWs 6 because I like my tools to be slightly less crap.
Cheater.
Now Johnny's going to accuse you of speaking in tongues.
Speaking in tongues. I accuse you of speaking in tongues. Where is my DAWs floppy disks?
Hey, I'm over here converting AC to DC.
You know, that'd be a great band name, you know?
I'm way behind the tech times here.
At least you haven't gone full AC/DC on us.
It's well, I mean that's I do have 2 inverters in here, so I sort of That's what's going on.
You know, it's an amazing Friday, or sorry, Wednesday when you're running fdisk.
Oh, beautiful! I wish you guys could see this.
We do
can.
The light comes through the marquee nicely.
Oh, I can see how filthy this is now.
This sounds like there's an inherent risk to getting your lights to work. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh God, my brain is turning into pudding.
This is about
So
the
what-
hour that happens for me.
Yep. So yeah. So wow, 16 people. I feel popular.
It's a con, man.
Well, I know it's a con, but
Imagine
you
if
know,
you were giving a talk and there were 16 people in the room. Well, don't imagine that.
all right. Let us. So apparently, to install this ancient version of NetWare, you don't use the install disk. You use the start disk. Not enough memory to run NetWare on this machine. What? What? There's 592.
It only reads the first 3 places that.
Yeah, it probably is having a pissy fit because it probably. Let me try reducing the amount of memory from 32 to like 4.
You should be able to get away with 16.
Is there any left?
Yeah, you know, let's go with 6. Let's go with 8. You know, just because we're a classy business with high end NetWare.
Yeah. Fancy network, what we call it.
Fancy. Well, you realize that for the time period, 8 megabytes of memory would have been a good down payment on a house.
Not during network times.
Well, after you pay the NetWare licensing fee. Nope, it still says not enough memory to install. Even though we're down to 8. How much memory does it need? Not maybe it needs an older version of DOS. Okay. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna comment.
I told you.
Well, I'm sorry. I like the new shinies, not the old
I'm
shiny.
the oldest person here, therefore the smartest.
You don't want me trying to disprove that.
Okay, Boomer.
Wait, are you the oldest?
Yeah, I'm older than you.
Are you?
Yep. By, I think, a year.
Okay. Okay, Boomer.
Well, wait, how old are you though? Because what
I'm
if
40.
Darren is old? Oh, okay.
I am 4 decades. I have completed 4 decades.
He's completed 4 solar revolutions.
I have completed 4 solar revolutions 10 times.
Wow, I actually remembered how to install DOS 3.3 on the first try. Obviously, something has gone wrong with my life. I've made poor decisions. This process will destroy all data on drive C. If you have, is this okay?
Hit that yellow key.
Well, I'm trying to think here. So NetWare 3.0 has to be started from DOS. It's possible that this version of NetWare is what's called dedicated NetWare and can actually live without Microsoft bullshit. Let's see
Did
here.
you call it deadware for short? I would.
Let's see here. I'm reading the instructions. I know.
Pass. I'm out. Bye.
Yep. Okay, let's screw it. YOLO!
That's a theme this week.
That's a theme
Now I
every
want the
home.
dog boot desk.
This is,
Now I want the
this
start
is definitely one of those things that somebody would turn into a YouTube episode. Like, Get an Commander, install NetWare before Johnny finishes repairing a crane machine.
Well, so this is a great error message on screen. Yes, I am in fact free all this week. So your hard disk will now be tested and prepared for NetWare. This procedure requires a minimum of 30 minutes complete plus 1 additional minute per megabyte. And then it fails with the dreaded ab-end error message. Improper ROM parameter table for AT hard drive controller. We have been here. I in fact know exactly what the problem with this is. We are going to have to do something truly, truly horrible. We are going to have to. Yep, that was in fact the correct sound to make. We are going to have to switch to an IBM PC AT. We are going to put 4 megabytes of memory in it. I will give it a floating point unit, and I'm going to need the diagnostic disk.
Whoa, the diagnostic disk.
See, someone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, he's the old one.
I'm the old one. I invented diagnostic disks.
You were using diagnostic disks before they were cool.
I was using diagnostic disks on people.
See, I wish that was in fact a thing, because if we could use diagnostic disks on people, we could then understand the current political situation in this country, and that's the best way I can put it.
Oh no.
Screw that. If we can use diagnostic discs on people, we can have a better understanding of neurochemistry and actually, treat mental illness rather than just masking it.
Yep.
We have it.
Why
are you taking out my pen?
The IBM Personal Computer Advanced Diagnostics. Have you completed running this program since connecting the battery? No. Okay.
I am so with this.
Okay, current date is. I very much doubt that this is compliant, but it is.
Wow.
Okay. Apparently, IBM really thought that you were going to hold on to these things for a long time. No. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. Oh, frig. I'm going to have to use G-Setup. I don't want to use G-Setup. I don't want to use G-Setup. Don't make me use G-Setup. You're good. So let me give a little context for people who have no idea what I'm doing. Very, very old PCs like the IBM AT didn't have an integrated BIOS management. Instead, you had to use what was known as a diagnostics disk or similar to configure them. And in some cases, you would end up in this very, very annoying situation where your hold on. Train of thought derailed. You'd end up in this very annoying thing that your BIOS and your diagnostics disk mismatch. Like, for example, I can't configure a high-density floppy disk here. Even though the BIOS supports it, I don't have a diagnostics disk that matches it. But we can work with this. Okay, so we have one fixed hard drive. We have a Type 20 hard disk. Yes. Yes. Mavco Pro's installed. We have 640 base RAM. Correct. Yes. Okay. And then I just have to do a little bit of changing the settings. Okay. Stop emulation. Settings. Because, of course, I still don't have it all right, but we're almost there. Okay, so this needs to be that. That needs to be that. But, iPocket did bring something up on Discord. I am free all week, so if we want to do more NCommander tortures himself on stream, I'm completely game. Or we could even do things like Radio Statler Doom over the internet. I'll even supply the VMs.
I mean, I definitely am down for doing cool and interesting stuff, and you've been great. Let's take a look at the schedule maybe tomorrow, and we can figure out what we can like.
This was all kind of unplanned because.
Just like Radio Statler, okay.
Yeah, kind of. Well, so just a little context. So I haven't hosted my show in over a month. I've had some real life stuff that is surprisingly not COVID related happen. So I'm only now just starting to recover. Just to remember that yes, we're in the middle of a pandemic and everything sucks.
I feel you on that.
Yeah.
I empathize with that.
I'm currently watching a RAM test run because, of course, the RAM disk must run, the RAM disk must RAM, and I just realized, did I put the disk in, or am I going to end up in cassette basic? Because there's no good places in basic.
Wow.
I don't want to be in basic. Okay, everything is fine. Everything is happy. Everything is like. Yeah, what's funny is I really want a PC AT in real life. I want a 286, I want a 386, and I want a 486. And if I was truly love pain, I would also have a Pentium 4. Let's see here.
It's a shame I threw like all my 32-bit computers away.
But I'm looking for 16-bit computers. I also want 8-bit.
I have a Pentium 2.
I could work with that. I don't know what I do with it. Something horrible, probably.
I have it on display. I don't think I want to give it up, but I used to have a bunch of them, and if I can go through my closet, I can see if there's anything really good.
I used to have a bunch of Pentium 3s.
Me too.
We
Oh
had,
man,
like,
tell you what,
way
let
too
me
many old computers to keep though.
let me get something
Okay,
out of the
hold on.
closet.
I've got to do math here. Hold on.
We used to live in an area where you'd like drive around at night and there'd just be computers on garbage day. I remember the first time we found a 64-bit computer that somebody threw out.
I remember the first time like people started throwing out HD TVs too. Also,
But
suburban dumpster diving is awesome.
Yes, in fact, it is.
Part of why we own, like, we've always had like a big car. Like we have a minivan now. We had a station wagon before.
Okay. What's funny is that all the stuff I'm doing right now is just to get a PC AT to boot. We haven't even tried installing NetWare since the first failure. But what does bother me is that this might run at authentic speeds, and I don't want to run at authentic speeds. I want my authentic speeds to be less authentic. Or actually, let me see here. Can I overclock this? Can we overclock it? I can go all the way up to 8 megahertz. Okay. All right. What we'll do is we'll get it started and we'll just let it run, and then we'll come up with interesting and strange things. But I need inspiration for strange and unusual ideas. Ooh.
Do it in PHP. I mean, you were looking for strange.
No, PHP. No.
You were looking for strange and unusual ideas. I gave you the strangest and the most unusual
It's
idea.
not strange and unusual. That's crimes against humanity.
I don't know.
Yes,
buddy
it
of mine
is.
recommended that you install Xenix.
No, well, if I really want to do crimes against humanity, I would install Xenix and then install PHP on top of Xenix. No, I would install. I would install it on top of Unixware, SCO Unixware. Okay. All right. Is everything okay? Are you going to boot? Beep once if you're okay, PCAT.
You know, if this was a different convention, that would mean something completely different.
Well, it beeped once. Oh, and then I ended up in the diagnostics desk. God damn it. But that's a good sign. So let's eject the disk.
Ooh, for stupid things that I've done in PHP, I once implemented VFAT in PHP because, you know.
Why would you do such a thing, you monster?
Well, okay, so there's only one reason that somebody would do that sort of a thing, and that's when you're having a casual conversation and somebody goes, "You can't do that in PHP. That's stupid. There's no way." Yeah.
Okay.
That's how things get
Have you
started.
heard of a little product? Have you heard of a little product called Slack? It's almost entirely written in PHP.
Although this is like, let's see, year was around 2008. Yeah.
I was gonna say this is still 2019. Like when I worked there and I left, it was still they were moving to Hack, but like most of the product and almost all of the back end was written in PHP still.
Yeah, what
crazy.
The thing about PHP is it's nowhere near as bad as the legacy Perl code base that is all the critical business logic. Because at least COBOL you can read like English. And I will go on record saying that if I have to deal with an undocumented PHP code base or an undocumented COBOL code base, the COBOL one will probably be less stock.
Absolutely.
Because mainframes are actually fairly logical beasts. It's just IBM uses weird terminology for everything.
Procedural. Like you can follow it real easy.
Well, Cobalt was also the reason why GoTo was considered harmful. Or that and Fortran. Okay. Boot, damn you. Boot! I command you to boot. I'm talking to my emulator. Okay, it booted. It's das Boot.
Yeah. I don't think we're getting anything over here.
Okay, hold on. I will fix it as soon as I put the right disk in.
Yeah.
So after all that annoying PC setup bullshit, because this, it really says a lot about your emulator that it even emulates the fact that you have to use a diagnostics disk. The reason we did that is that this is one of those rare bits of really shitty software that really requires you to put it on a true blue IBM. So, okay, you can obliterate, YOLO! All data goes away. I can put the DOS boot disk in. And it says we're going to be stuck on this screen for a while. Sure. But we can do other things. We can contemplate reality. We can run autopsy on these disks and see if there's anything interesting in the null areas.
There's a kicking recipe for banana bread hidden somewhere in there.
You said banana bread, and now I'm hungry.
Sorry.
I'm like banana bread.
You monster. You monster.
I once survived on a industrial delivery of flavored breads for like a month, and banana bread was the thing we got to last, and like I have had my lifetime supply of banana bread.
Well, now people will pay lots of money for monthly flavored breads boxes.
Okay, so now it's running CompSurf. CompSurf is like who remembers installing old school Linux and it demanded that you run bad blocks? This is basically what we're doing.
Running Slackware and it would do that.
Well, I could start up another VM and we could install Slackware from floppies.
Why?
Because
I don't think that's necessary.
all right, so while we do this, I'm going to send a tweet out. Be careful, he's tweeting. He has a sharp object. Okay, but I want to get this screen.
Hey, no tweeting around with sharp objects, okay? Especially scissors.
will say I'm only like 2 years older than a bunch of this software, and this is like the most explanation I've ever gotten about it. Because like as a kid, I just had my cousin going, "You don't know."
I love that we both had the same first computer 10 years apart.
My mom was a little afraid of computers and the internet. I think she'd die if she knew like I'd been spending like 15 years with hackers.
You've got half a computer science degree.
Oh man, there's some great tweets going on here. So apparently, a few people are talking about what we've been on Radio Statler. So hold on, I'll bring my screen up because they're talking about us on Twitter about Radio Statler. So I'm currently watching False Firefighter attempt to restore 34-year-old backups on Radio Statler, and I am uncomfortable on how interesting this is.
That's Johnny.
You know that's Johnny, right?
That's Johnny, the guy working on the crane machine.
Oh.
Hi.
Something has gone wrong with this.
We've gotten recursive.
Yep. I'm looking at likes from beaches on my Instagram.
You have verified Twitter people watching you.
You and your fancy check marks and your that's a knockoff check mark. Hold on.
No, it's a real check mark. I can attest to that.
That's from when you figured out the TSM keys, right?
Darko and I share a dark secret with that check mark.
Oh, that is it. Okay, for some reason the check mark is not rendering as round. It's rendering as like a gear.
Yeah, that's the real check mark.
Yeah, the one that's just a round circle is fake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why Twitter allows that is baffling, but
okay. So I'm just out of curiosity. I am curious of how much of my processing power is being used to emulate a 286 processor.
8 to 10 times the actual processor speed.
So what's amazing? So this desktop is an AMD Ryzen, and to emulate a 286 is apparently 5% of one of my processor cores. But the funny thing is that AMD has very interesting philosophical differences on how certain things with threads are handled, that Windows 95 will no longer run on AMD processors.
What was that percentage?
5%. So it takes 5% of a single core of an AMD Ryzen to emulate an 8 megahertz 286. Also, how is it? I don't want to know. Oh, no, wait. I know what's using 14 gigs of RAM. I've got Brave open with 3 tabs, and I've got Minecraft running.
Yeah, that would probably do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. So here's the question for the ages. What uses more memory, Minecraft or Chrome?
Probably Chrome.
Chrome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's just show you how far technology's gone. We can go to pcjs.org, and I can start booting Windows 95 in my web browser.
I had so when I was running Jitsi yesterday, I ran it in Chrome, and it used 287% of my CPU, and then I ran it in Safari, and it used 19.
See, what's so amazing about modern web browsers is they really show that you can give more than 100%.
Well, yeah, it's because 100% is one core. You know,
I'm being a jackass about this, or I'm being funny about it, or something. I don't know.
Yes, I think that's the one you're being or something about it.
And I am being something. So while comprehensive surface scan is running, we're now at 20%. I actually am going to run autopsy on these disks because I am curious if there's anything hidden in the cracks. Because who knows? Maybe there are bits of the NetWare source code. I actually have a few things that have escaped from NetWare that probably okay. I went through all the trouble of installing Autopsy yesterday. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Autopsy. So let's open a new data source. Let's add some disk images.
Can you share all of this?
Oh, I'm not sharing. You have to tell me when Jitsi screws up because it keeps dropping. I see myself sharing it just fine.
Oh, this is like what was happening with our camera when our signal was crummy downstairs.
Yeah. So if the video goes away, it's not because I turned it off. It's because Jitsi decided to have issues. Where are my disks? Serve, retro, netware. All right, let's see. Am I going to have to import these one by one? Yeah, you're going to.
Probably.
Okay. Well, the fact of the matter is that Autopsy was written after the era of floppy disks. So, I can't blame it that badly.
Actually, the stream's not too bad in VR.
The problem isn't the quality of the streaming. The problem is it just at certain times will disconnect. And what I think is happening is that Jitsi freaks out whenever a window is like resized or changes resolution. So I'm actually really curious if we're going to find anything interesting on the autopsy of these discs. And what really annoys me is I'm going to have to re-record a lot of what I did tonight to make a dedicated YouTube video on it. But that's fine, because this is fun. Everything is fine. The little dog is not on fire.
They usually have like an audience number.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh yeah, no, they're.
That's spinning.
Wow.
I think Autopsy crashed.
This is exactly NetWare 2.0 is exactly as old as I am.
Is exactly what?
As old as I am. Because it was released in what, 86?
We've seen the earliest copyright date I saw was 85. I think Autopsy.
It was launched in 86. I'm just reading the Wikipedia on it.
I think Autopsy just crashed. And there it goes.
Yeah. Let's try one image at a time. Just see what.
Yeah. We'll see if there's anything interesting in the recesses of the fat.
Yep.
Let's see here. Right. Let's take a look here.
Yep.
So
I just recently discovered that Meld has a lot of problems diffing two 800 meg text files. I don't know why.
So far, no orphan files. And it doesn't look like there's anything in the unallocated sectors. Because when I looked at it very briefly, yeah. What's so interesting about this is that because there was only 4 supported adapters, not 3, I made a slight mistake. They didn't, it's not like old Unix, which come on, brain, work with me. It's basically old Unix, you basically got the kernels as set on object files. You would set a config and then you link it into some sort of usable blob. Instead, they just gave you 4 different versions of the NetWare kernel. That's the ANET3 thingamajiggy here. Okay, test is 80% done. So comprehensive surface. Wish there was a way to skip this. At least, because it says it would take an hour with a 30 megabyte hard drive, so it is running faster than reality. And I will tell you, installing newer versions of NetWare is no better. But even if it works, I have no way of networking it. Shit. Okay.
As the technology gets better, you have more data to snoop on.
Pretty much. Well, the thing is that if you ran NetWare in this day and age, how many script kiddies would look at non-TCP/IP layer 3 traffic? The problem is that, as an industry, we decry security through obscurity, but it's fucking effective.
It's a good first line of defense, but that's what it is. It's a first line.
Well, the thing is that you don't need a second line of defense if the first line is so obscure that it son of a bitch, my train of thought completely derailed. I'm okay. This is okay. Everything is okay. All right. So test is now 95%, 96%. Yeah, what's going to happen is I'm going to go past, it's going to go to 100%, and then it's going to go to 101%. And actually, I'm going to bring up, while we're waiting, I'm going to bring up NCOMMANDER's horrible, horrible bugs that will terrify and scare you, because I had a lot of these. So if we ran, actually, I don't know if I want to say that one on camera. Crap. Oh, wait a minute. Look, it just finished. The test is now 100% done. The test of your hard disk was successful. I'd be really concerned if a virtual hard disk did not have a working, a virtual hard drive had a bad sector.
Hey, you got to simulate real hardware, right? So,
well,
yeah.
So we were having an entire discussion on how you would test virtualized RAID, because I'd love to see if old RAID claims work as promised. But I couldn't figure of a good way to do it. And then I was talking with my friend G.I. Jack, and I basically want him with a rifle and a hard disk and a range.
I had a friend that worked IT once, and it was the middle of the night, and some guy calls him up, and he's having problems with his computer, and he goes, "I'm fully covered, even for purposeful damage, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I see in your file you've got the full coverage." He just hears, "Okay, bang, bang, bang." He's like, "What just happened?" He's like, "I shot it."
Okay.
He's like, "Okay, well, we'll send you out that new hardware."
This reminds me of the old HP clip that that my brain completely went on. Oh yes, so the HP had this great advertising ad where they simulate a gas leak explosion, and you can tell it's fake as shit, but it's still kind of funny. Let's see here. All right, so we're now on public 2. Can you actually let me make sure my screen is actually sharing, because we are doing the install process. We are
Yes, you were sharing. We could see it happening. This is great.
I should call Bob and get him to tell that story live on the air at some point. He tells it way better than I do.
That would definitely be the way we could hang out during this.
I don't think we'll tell the story, the story that starts with the bad idea of camping on a missile base.
That was it in the Puget Sound?
No, in the Hudson Valley.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah. Apparently, it's semi-active.
Okay. All right. So, disk public 3. God, I have a friend of mine who is going to have a nerdgasm because. So let me explain why this. I don't think I actually explained why it was such a big deal that I got these discs and why my ass was clenched so hard during the dump. But a lot of old NetWare stuff is completely lost. The very first versions of NetWare were so badly selling that it's like Imagine if Windows 1.0 was a flop and no one had it. That's how you describe NetWare 1 and 2. So the old versions were never dumped. So a friend of mine spent a small fortune buying this version of NetWare 2.0A on 5.25 floppy disks. But the floppy disk with the Ethernet adapter had physically degraded. Like it literally disintegrated in his hands. So he only was able to cut and use it. So when I got this and it turned out to be the same version, even though it's not what I was expecting, and it was on 3.25, it's like he was like, "Oh my God, please dump." It's like, I'm going to dump this, but I need to do it properly. I need the right equipment. I need to be a professional. So, yeah. Okay, so
here we are.
And here we are. So now it wants me to put the DAWs floppy disk back on the drive. Here we go. The thing is that this is only the entry-level system. It's still not the full one. Insert disk with batch file and press any key when ready. What the shit is that?
Something covered thoroughly in the documentation.
What documentation?
I guess. What did it do with the instructions?
I think it wants to start disk.
To go back to the last time when I said that, that wasn't a dig. That's just a Simpsons quote. I am also a manual reader. I love manuals like way too much.
That was the best part. Like after you buy the video game, you open it in the car and you read the manual all the way home.
Okay. So, well, the first thing I learned is it is possible to boot the. So apparently, if I type NetOS like that. Oh, okay. I see what it needs. Okay. I learned something. I need to put the shell 1 disk in. I think. Maybe. Anyone 1000. And then type autoexec.bat. Init 3. Ethernet buffer that is unfortunate. That is, as they say, unfortunate. So my guess here is the problem. Let me think about this. It probably wants a driver of some sort, but so you insert the appropriate server floppy disk, which on mine is slightly different, but I can't emulate any of these network adapters. Well, maybe I can emulate an RxNet. I think an RxNet is Init 3. Oh, it's doing something. But will it crash? It's definitely doing something. Where's my... I think it crashed. I think it may have crashed. That is unfortunate. Or it's waiting for something.
Hot drivers are waiting for you.
There are so many timing issues in old shit. It's not even funny. I think RxNet Novell. I think that was what the NE2000. I type RxNet into the web browser and it asked, "So you want prescription drugs?" And it's like, yeah. I'm dealing with NetWare.
That's the other half of the quote. Drugs, various drugs.
Don't forget to read the instructions.
Uh-oh, where'd I put the instructions?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
That's where you just start mixing them until something really awesome or terrible happens.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, because that was like the one time we had to carry that soldier from like 8 blocks away back to the Hotel Pennsylvania. So I don't know if it was you or Frank who had to look at him, but that wasn't fun.
Was that the one who stabbed himself?
No, that was the one who took like a whole bottle of Klonopin for fun.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
This sounds exciting for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that happens. Like we probably know all of the exciting for the wrong reasons stories from the past 7 hopes.
So tell us a story that's exciting for all the right reasons.
When we were doing Adam Savage's security duty, he was telling us he was dabbling in thinking about dabbling in stand-up comedy, and Mel's like, yeah, sure, do it. And 2 months later, he's on Nerdist or something, trying out his stand-up set about how his kids called a teacher a whore and they didn't want to talk about it.
That sounds like it went well.
The other fun part of that is I think you were wearing like, this is like one of the last times you wore your like super heavy New Rock boots. Was that Hope to the security detail? So the season opener of Mythbusters, there's Adam like, I love these New Rocks. These are the closest ones I could find to somebody's really cool ones I saw over the summer. I love these.
So you know what I realized what we may have to do, and it makes me feel sad and make me die a little inside.
Start all over again.
I might have to actually write and drive her to emulate one of these network cards.
Ooh.
I don't want to do that. I especially don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Please don't make me do that. It's like, no.
My high school friend, like one of his proudest achievements was writing all his own drivers for Linux.
Yeah. Problem is that a lot of this shit has never been documented. Okay, hold on.
Don't forget to document it.
The problem, so apparently, so let me see if anything can emulate an NE1000 controller. My guess is no, but maybe. See, an RxNet. Let me think about this. See, the problem is that modern cumes have a lot of bit rot, and I'd have to go through a ridiculous number of hoops to make this all work. You know what? I'm going to ask someone smarter than I, because such people do exist.
That's always a good idea.
So let me. So this is when Gondor calls for help. So let me send up the smoke screen. Let's see here. Let me make sure I'm on full screen because this is a public Discord, so I don't mind streaming this. We are going to call for help. Help! I installed NetWare 2.0 and am having problems. Specifically, Hume-related ones. Is there any 1000 support in anything, or am I going to have to get drunk and write a emulation for this? Because I can't actually write a new driver for this version of NetWare. No, I'm going to have to emulate the goddamn network card. It's like the inverse of building a driver.
Sounds like riveting television to me.
Oh God, you know it's bad when the person that knows more about emulation than anyone says any 1000 and comes back shit. It's not. It's like when Senpai panics. So let's see here. So my choices are 3C 501, NE1000, RxNet, or ArcNet. So much obsolete. So much. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So apparently 86 box has support for this card. The problem with 86 box is it only runs on Windows. But maybe we can make it run on Wine. I dare to dream as few men. Yes, we are going to do this. We are going to make this run on Wine. Or I will install Windows in a virtual box so I can run an emulator because recursion.
At some point, I need to drill down and get a good version of WordPerfect running on Wine for Mac.
For Mac?
Yeah.
Blasphemy.
Lawyers love Mac and they love WordPerfect, but the only documentation I can find is to run a DOS version in a OS 8 environment.
Okay, so if you really want this, I can do this as an HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER as a I like lawyers, and maybe they'll save me if I ever get sued. And I will actually set Basilisk 2 as a single-click seam through to run WordPerfect for Macintosh. And I'll even go that extra step and add support for network shares to a modern Windows or Linux box.
Ooh.
You might make Aaron's mom cry with joy.
And there'll be a whole generation of old lawyers that are just like, they'd probably actually throw money at you at some point.
Yeah.
Do we legitimately need to do this? Because I can legitimately do this.
There's definitely like interest in this beyond just Aaron's mom. Like we can definitely talk about this. Like,
well, because I know people that will do that for WordStar, but I didn't think WordPerfect for Macintosh was in the same box.
Lawyers love their shiny status stuff, but like are set in their ways.
Yeah. And
so,
they don't know how to like make a lot of things work. Like,
yeah. So what I could do is, and I am. This is me, like with my sincerity hat on. Is I could probably set up Net ATalk, so there'd be an Apple Talk server somewhere, and then have that also have a Samba connection. So it would basically make it so. Oh, excuse me. It would all be available in one place, and you'd be able to basically have a Raspberry Pi with all their documentations and be able to share it to and from Windows and Basilisk or whatever they want. You know, basically completely seamless.
1,000 lawyers over 50 just started weeping.
Yes, but that means that if I ever get into legal trouble with archiving this shit, I have lawyers.
Yeah, and they'd be like, no, this is public good.
Yes, I you know what? I can get behind this. Please contact me off.
We were already gonna do that because like we have a big box of floppies and like archiving them is a little like above me, and you're like doing it awesome. So like
that's one of those great joys in life. Oh, my junk makes you happy? Like,
I knew
please.
I was keeping this for some reason. Also, all of this is totally worth the dancing Tina.
What the heck is a dancing Tina?
It's in our little thing. Aaron's playing with adding gifts.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why doesn't this see the ROM images? You should see ROM images. 86 box H. Maybe. How does it say no usable ROM images? Just work, damn you. I hate when shit makes you do find a path. Because it really shouldn't be this difficult. I really don't want to S-trace this, but I might have to S-trace this. God damn it. Let's see here. 86 box. Let's grab the 86 box manager because apparently there's a dedicated program for this. Okay, 86 box. Grab that. Really hoping this works in Wine. I really doubt it's going to work in Wine, but I could pray. I can dream. I have hopes and dreams.
It can do some miraculous stuff.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to install Windows for this.
More than once, I've been like, "No way, this is gonna work." Hey, it just worked.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, I know. The problem with this is that trying to run an emulator in Wine just kind of sucks. It really sucks. You know, and the worst part is the project that this forked off from originally supported Linux, and they ripped out all the Linux support.
I could see the perspective of, you know, Wine for Linux as being like a hat on a hat.
Pretty much. Okay, let's see here. Why? Let's see. Oh God. So I know Side Pocket's watching this, and just as a response, he's asking me what type of booze I'm going to drink when I'm coding support for the network adapter. Side Pocket? I don't know what's strong enough. I really don't. I mean,
Absinthe.
I don't think no, because that'll just make me hallucinate my network card is working. But the thing is, it's NetWare, so as long as you think it will work, it will work.
That's it. That's belief juice.
Yeah, well, that's how WordPerfect functions.
Belief.
You don't actually memorize shortcut keys in WordPerfect. You just believe that a certain key will do something, and if you believe strong enough, you will save your document.
I do believe in Corel.
Listen,
No, this was the WordPerfect Corporation.
Oh yeah, way back in the day.
It was the good version of WordPerfect.
WordPerfect isn't even like the most frustrating software that lawyers are in love with.
Reference Manager.
Billing Matters.
No.
Billing Matters has been the bane of my existence so many times.
You know what I could probably make. This is going to sound really wrong, but I realize what would make all the lawyers really happy with, besides WordPerfect for Macintosh, is if they could print from it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be a thing.
Especially if they could print to PDF.
Oh.
Yeah, that would make them very happy.
I have dreamed as few men. I dream as few men dare to live.
We're gonna talk about this. This is gonna be awesome.
It's gonna end badly. This is what there's gonna be like Radio Statler 2 at Hope 2021. NCommander makes lawyers happy. God, that sounds so wrong.
I think we're gonna be hosting that.
Yeah.
Truthfully though, like this Hope, I have talked to more people, I have seen more talks, and like learned more stuff than any Hope I've been to, because I'm not running between the mezzanine and 18 1,000 times a day. I might
Or
never
standing
go
in
back.
the elevator lobby for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Badges,
Elevator Con.
badges, show me your badge.
I haven't had to argue with one belligerent German.
That's like a treasure. That's a treasure.
I mean, the thing is that I personally have trouble getting excited about virtual conferences because or at least talks, because essentially you're basically in a Zoom room with everyone watching a YouTube video. It's what it really is. But I like the social aspect. I like talking with people. I really miss the face-to-face. But I'm also not staff.
I have like a whole list of hugs I miss.
The problem is that even in 2021, we may still have to social distance.
Yeah, and that's gonna be sad.
So maybe we should call it the distant hope.
That's a good one.
Well, let's see here. All right, so let me look at this. So virtually, I'm just reading the instructions. Let's see here. No luck in getting it to start. I'm going to get this to work, or I'm going to die trying.
Or at least your computer is.
I have actually made a computer commit suicide. has in fact happened. So, you know, failure is an option.
Failure is always an option.
I once made a sim commit suicide.
What did he do? What did the sim do?
It literally walked off the like it walked off, your little house, just walked off the game, disappeared.
I have friends that used to like love to build like murder houses. It's like, oh, I let you walk upstairs and delete the stairs. You get in the pool, I take the ladder.
So you know what The Sims has proven is that humanity as a whole is a bunch of really cruel gods.
Well, yeah.
Two
That's why we play
people who
Sims.
play the
We were
Sims
made
do.
in his own image.
There are
I
people.
always like the one who made it. So it was like a 4-hour trek to the front of the house, or like a 6-hour trek. And so by the time the car would arrive, they'd have to run through all of the hedges and stuff. They'd get to the car just as the day ended to turn around to walk back inside. And by the time they got inside again, they'd have to run back out until they died.
So, just as a note, while we're talking about this, I'm currently, I'm currently running strace on a wine binary, and I feel like I've reached peak hacker.
You've seen it here live, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, something's
Peak
booting.
hacker.
Something's booting. I can't believe it's not booting. Okay, let's see our settings.
Oh no, we're back to butter talk.
Yep. Okay. Welcome to my TED Talk. It ended 2 hours ago.
No, butter talk. We like butter around here, mostly fake butter, even though fake butter hasn't been around.
See, my mom likes pan butter, and it's like, how am I related to you? Because it doesn't taste like butter; it just tastes like aerosolized death.
A lot of people damaged their major senses in the 60s. You have to correct for that.
Okay, am I? Hold on, let me make sure I'm streaming. So I did, in fact, get $86 to boot. So we're going to see. Let me make sure my video is working. If we can actually, if we can part the Red Sea and boot the NetWare, because apparently, if we use Slurp, look, NE 1000. So I just wanted to see if it'll start. So NE 1000. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do real networking because I can't do PCAP under wine. There are ways to do it, but I don't hate myself that badly right now.
That's a 3 a.m. I've been drunk all day kind of activity.
No, that's hope is over. Now I can actually do unrelated shit. Okay, so where's my home folder? How do I get to my home folder?
Oh, it's 24.
Okay, so there's junk. There's my documents. That's StarCraft. Here we go. All right, so now I need to go to home, MCAST Deval, source. Fuck me. PCM. Oh yeah, let me make sure I shut down the other emulator, because if there's one thing I've learned, never run two emulators running against the same hard drive at the same time. Nothing good will come of it.
What does Adam Savage say? Nothing good happens in a vacuum? Oh,
No,
no, that's
everything good happens in a vacuum.
He said that.
Okay. So I'm going to just have to copy some shit in. So I probably, if I was to scrounge my hard disk for all the various disk images and stuff that I have copies of, I'd probably like regain like 30 gigs. I'm one of those people that have to regularly back up and erase their hard drive just because I have so much junk lying around.
We know that one. Well, like I'm always surprised when I hit the purge function in different softwares. It's like, oh yeah, had to dump 138 gigs, but I've only had this program open for like 15 minutes. What the hell?
Mm-hmm. I know that feeling. Okay.
Some of it is like After Effects, though, like being the program we purged the most from, and
working 64 gigs at a time.
And then like it'll have stuff from like a different project you had open, and like if you purge the whole media cache, that's a lot of space.
So wait a minute, why can't I have something nicer than a CGA card? I don't want a CGA card. I want something less shitty than a CGA card. Give me something a little nicer than a CGA card, please. You're gonna make me use a CGA card, aren't you? I guess I could try a PS1. I don't want to use a CGA. I'm sorry, part of me is just dying. I guess I could use a Hercules card, but I would actually like color. Like, why would you make me use CGA? deep questions that we all ask ourselves at night. All right, I guess I'll be forced to use CGA. Sad face. All right, so then floppy disks. Disk 1 is that. Disk 1 and 2 is this. So much configuration. So much wow. It sucks. All right. Yes, save settings. All right. And then all right. So if this works the way it's supposed to, which existing image, I'm going to just have to put I'm going to have to put the diagnostic disc in. We're going to have to do that song and dance again, folks. Everything is good. Everything is okay. This is fine. We are fine. I don't know if we're fine. Maybe we're not fine. Why is it not doing anything? It's just a flashing cursor. Do something. Let's see here. Okay. Please do something. Yeah, it's just stuck at this flashing cursor. I think we're all a little tired. Or did the call drop?
It's almost time for
the
show, right?
I'm so tired, I'm tearing up.
I'm so tired, I'm angry. I'm angry tired.
I already fallen asleep on stream.
Yeah.
How do you fall asleep on stream? Well, you know, what's funny is that there's apparently been this giant trend of people streaming themselves sleeping.
That's actually against Twitch terms of service, specifically.
Yeah, anything like a normal, like a halfway normal person could yank it to, you're not allowed to do.
Yeah, you are not. It explicitly bans sleeping.
They probably added that, or I know it was allowed on Mixer.
We were joking around. We need to start a YouTube channel of fat guys sleeping with tiny hats.
I think it was just that, and it could have been just innocuous, like people just falling asleep on stream, but like you're sucking up their bandwidth and you're doing nothing. And so they're like, all right, you're sleeping for 8 hours to set, get out of here.
Like, well, there also was anything to do with monetization and things, because if you remember the band in somewhere in Scandinavia, but they made headlines because they got a ton of payout from Spotify. They had a pretty much silent track that was like 10 hours long.
Oh, I remember
and
that.
they would just tell their fans, hey, when you go to bed, put this on and leave it running. And then we'll get paid money for it.
Yeah. One of the Reddit guys was doing that. He's like, don't forget to put my special 10-hour playlist on when you sleep.
Nice.
That makes sense. It's just, you know, it's interesting on how much, you know, right before the pandemic hit, the DEF CON 201 crew, we went to PAX East and gave a talk about hacking video games. And that was in February. It was like right before the world ended. Okay, I might have to concede defeat. I'm not giving up just yet.
Jury duty.
What?
Oh, I just like I keep joking that since I had jury duty in February, I'll be like one of the last people to have real jury duty.
Oh,
What was that sound?
Somebody joining the room usually.
Oh, okay.
No, that sound is. I have no idea what it is, but it's so not someone joining the room.
Oh. Then the couple of times that's been what I noticed happening when that happened are coincidental.
Well, and today we learned. Okay, so apparently this is a solution. It's just not a solution that I can get working because technology hates me. Why does everything I love hate me?
Because
By the way, I think this is the most amount of people we've had on at one time here.
So this hope or in general?
Just on the stream.
Yeah,
so far.
This hope.
Wow, I do love some of the like police news reports going out in San Francisco right now. Report of folding chair weaponized.
What? Folding what?
I'm not
That's
kidding.
a very WWF kind of moment.
Yeah, right.
Folding chair whatnot? Is that what you said?
Weaponized.
Folding
Oh,
chair weaponized.
We call that the WWF.
No, it's WWE.
Yeah, the correct headline is "Look out, he's got a chair."
That's an age check you lost.
I shouldn't find that funny. I really shouldn't find that funny. I just realized I have a Windows 10 VM from when I tried to run Windows 1.0 software on Windows 10, and so I can use this to run 86 box. I found a solution. It's not a good solution, but I did find a solution. When was I wonder how long this has been sitting here. So okay, so that's the folder that I have shared. Okay, 86 box. Let's move that to my reverse folder. All right, we are now in Windows because apparently if you really want to emulate stuff, you need to be on Windows.
Yeah.
What's that?
Just if I'm gonna.
Okay, so add. Okay.
It'll take me like 3 days or a week to actually put the order through anyway. You know me.
What?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. Nothing is broken.
I am normal.
Very normal.
We had a deputy here gets promoted and then 2 weeks later kill himself. A deputy chief.
She found out something
She didn't want to
horrific.
deal with That's
That
horrifying.
Yeah. So either we're going to hear a ton about that or never anything ever again.
In good news, the feds are supposedly gonna leave Portland. That should be less violent
Yeah.
for a while. But I'll believe it when I see it, because if anything has made me skeptical, it's the past 4 years. Jesus.
every time the problem is I just keep thinking it can't get worse, and then it gets worse.
You're jinxing it, man.
I keep joking that the years keep getting worse because we keep kicking the old ones out. Yeah, glad to see you go, and then the next year's just yo, hold my beer.
We forget that it's the same. It's like going, oh man, I hate this 6-year-old. I can't wait till he turns 7. Nope, it's the same kid. If you keep going, I hate you.
Just gonna be I'll give you a reason to hate me.
Have you guys heard the theory that Trump created COVID to kill off or get rid of in some way all of the pedophiles?
Oh, that's
What?
That's the QAnon.
QAnon. Yeah, we were discussing this over the weekend.
Yeah.
I've heard some really fucked up things during this. It really. Okay, so I figured out why this wasn't working. Apparently there were more firmware images than I realized. Okay, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We're all
Well,
good.
honestly, if we're going to talk conspiracy theories, I personally, love and hope is true the time traveler theory, which is, the only way to explain the short appearance and quick disappearance of the murder hornets was somebody realized they fucked up and came back and put it right.
Well,
No, I heard like a couple of weeks ago that wait, we found some more murder hornets.
Oh yeah. I got this. It's booting. It's booting.
Nice.
So
Okay.
the whole murder hornets thing was that one person found one on an island off Seattle.
Yeah.
And it was dead. And then all the rest of them that showed up turned out to be mistaken identity.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so they did reach the U.S., but by way of an offshore island, and it was one dead one. But
so I never quite got what the murder hornets are.
That's because they effectively weren't real, and you didn't have to worry about it.
Okay, good.
In Japan.
They're real in Japan. Okay. All right. So I have something to. Well, we're almost out of time. Crap. I'm going to have to do the fastest configuration known to mankind.
I feel like the popularity of things like this are, due to time travelers coming back and, poking the community, trying to save the future so the power plants don't melt down.
Yeah.
Because I'm documenting
the John Tidor theory.
Exactly.
Well,
it's supposed to have a documentary out soon or now.
We watched a pretty good one a while back.
Maybe it already exists, and I've been looking for it. If you can look up the name of it.
The thing is, it always will and always won't exist because the moment you look, you collapse the waveform.
We just found it because we were idly browsing.
Okay.
There's nothing good about there's nothing good about idly browsing.
Yeah, now we can add in Mandela effects to this conversation. We've reached that point.
Oh, why did I end up in goddamn basic? Ending up in basic is not a good place to be.
Why are you offering me a warranty, a protection plan on airbrush cleaning fluid?
I like when they offer
video gone away, or is it still there?
It's still there.
I like when they offer professional installation of like a USB device for $300.
Professional, and I like that professional installation.
I would be sorely tempted to buy that for something like airbrush cleaning fluid because I'd be like, are you going to come back every time I need to pour it into the airbrush?
Is this just
like 5 times a day?
Is this $300 for 6 months of airbrush butler?
No, it's warranting the cleaning fluid. So anytime the fluid stops working, that's when they show up.
Yeah,
well,
but
that would be the protection plan, not the installation service.
The installation service.
Yeah,
yes.
I'd love to see installation service on something like that because I would be sorely tempted to buy it just so I could be like an asshole about it.
Hey, Freddie, you gotta come over again.
Come on, I gotta clean my airbrush. Hurry up before the old paint dries.
Freddy's your go-to?
Yeah, because I don't actually know anyone named Fred, so it's
I use Mitch.
So it's doing something. Yeah, I'm sorry. I nerd sniped myself. I'm being enthralled by numbers counting up.
Okay.
Because I want to see this.
More of just being like an infant or a 4-year-old, perhaps.
What?
Just counting.
Ooh, it's going up,
but it's going up slowly.
That's a big
It's
number.
like it's like the number of COVID cases the rate COVID cases we wish were going.
Mm.
Oh God, I'm a horrible, horrible human being. I'm sorry.
Meh.
Excellent ocelot, though.
Excellent ocelot.
Oh, that's
which version of Ubuntu was that?
I don't remember. I haven't been at Canonical for a long time. I stopped caring because The thing is that if you care too much about the things you love, you just end up hurt.
Yeah. Also, don't do your hobby as a career.
Yeah, I learned that one the hard way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a few exceptions. Like, I could definitely see if you like books, being a librarian, it probably wouldn't suck.
That can
There's
go both
some,
ways.
Like, really messed up parts of being a librarian.
Wait, what?
There are some like deeply messed up parts about being a librarian that will like break your heart. Like,
yeah, like when you have to dispose of perfectly good books.
Oh yeah.
Or like
I
for
thought
that brings faith in humanity, not so much.
I have two friends who became librarians, like got their masters in library sciences. I just think like that's an odd statistic, like two.
God,
And my cousin got that degree.
Yeah, and now they're like they both had to move because it's not a super highly desirable job.
She was lucky. She got to be a librarian in like a very fancy like private school.
Nice.
And then we have another friend who's a media librarian. Oh, and your cousin is a media librarian.
Oh yeah, her sister.
It's a different cousin.
Yeah,
Dirty Rock.
my one friend moved to Arizona and got very steeped in the Arizona culture after that. And
What is
Does that mean meth?
Turquoise?
yeah, Trump stuff, and then
Oh,
like
sorry.
because it's all like I don't know. They have a problem with immigrants over there because it's the Southwest, and so like anyway, he got all into that and like extremely racist against everybody. And then he shows up over here one time recently with a Native American girlfriend, and I was like, "What do we do about this?" And like, what? How do you hate anyone who's not white, and then you're dating a Native American? And I guess it was the like, well, they're the only people who are supposed to be here. Kind of situation.
That's some nice mental gymnastics right there.
Yeah, right. That's the conversation you don't bother having. You go, okay.
Can you just imagine what the world would be like if a logical contradiction like that just made your head explode?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be really messy, but at least people would only have justifiable arguments.
That seems like a really great sci-fi movie. Everybody's wearing a calendar or a collar with a bomb around it. You state a logical fallacy and it's just boom.
Apparently my virtual battery is defective.
Clock's off.
This is going well. All right, let's I'm hoping that a clone BIOS will be close enough to actually boot. Let's see here. What do I have on my list of machines that might
video out of it?
I need something authentically cloney.
Stash it somewhere.
Let's try it. We can try an Award 286. Remove the disk. Eject. Enhance.
You just reminded me of a clone computer I got from one of those crappy computer fairs. It's a Gold Star 486 with a Math coprocessor.
Maybe that's the problem. I didn't install a Math Pro. God, I haven't seen this BIOS screen in a really long time. Okay. All right. Run setup. Press Alt Control Escape. Here we go.
That was amazing, Darko. I thought you were using some sort of like cool transition, but it was just your shirt blurring out.
So some people are not. I hate to say this, but some people are not as interesting when you look at them in real life than they are when they appear.
Oh yeah, some people are real hot from far away. but you get up close.
No, the problem I have
I think
is
that's everybody, and you just need to get up close enough.
problem I have is that light travels faster than sound. That's why some people seem
8-minute
smart.
warning, 7-minute warning.
Okay. Can I configure an old PC faster than in 7 minutes or less?
No.
Yeah. Okay, skip. Press it. I'm just going to skip the memory test. I'm just saying escape.
Don't you always?
Okay.
Check my disk. Screw that. I got stuff to do.
Yeah, right?
Right. Write an antivirus. Who has time for that? All right.
The "Are you paying attention?" button. Yes, I am. Let's go.
Will it boot? Find out next time on Radio Statler. Well, I want to do something. Boot, damn you. Boot, I command you.
Hey, can we acknowledge
I
that
think it just doesn't like the amount of RAM I have in here.
I was able to rebuild a crane machine faster than you were able to do this? Can we...
Well, but I've been doing multiple things. Wait a minute. That's not fair.
No. No,
Well,
yeah,
crane
I'm trying to
machine is
restore
like,
back up.
it's lights and magnets and
Hookers and blackjack.
let's forget the lights and magnets.
Yeah, no, he's going for the hookers and blackjack.
2 seconds, I'll forget the blackjack.
How are you gonna get that arcade smell into the cabinet?
You just light a cat on fire.
It smells pretty moldy.
Ah,
So
10 chord changes.
that's what I was thinking. You needed like some wet carpet, some stale popcorn.
I command you to boot.
Yeah, I could just fill it with stale popcorn and just let it sit for years.
Now I want to play. You're making me nostalgic for Pac-Man.
An arcade.
Well, that'll run on your stupid machine.
Hey.
Well, your smart machine has better things to do.
Well, the problem is that we live in a society where we used to have dumb phones and smart people. Now we have smartphones and dumb people.
Wow.
We
stream
always had dumb people.
went super boomer super fast. Something
Right.
sounds like an email I expected my dad to forward me.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to boomer us.
It's appropriate for what you're working on.
Well, so far nothing featured on this stream has everything featured on the stream has been old enough to drink.
How long does it take to download your email? Well, your kid gets home at 3:00, so after that.
So I was so hardcore in the 90s that I could pick up a phone, whistle into it, and check my email.
I spent way too much time trying to whistle at a fax machine.
I mean, that works if you can do it right.
Yeah, like I've gotten them to react, not like anything super productive, but you know.
So here's an interesting question. It says keyboard not installed. How am I toggling the option that says keyboard not installed? There's something wrong with that picture.
Check your PS2 port.
This isn't a PS2. This is a 286.
Well, that's why. Check your PS1 port.
No. I refuse.
We gotta like fix that old keyboard. Like that's an
that
amazing
keyboard I love.
Yeah.
It doesn't fix. It's just like
To be adapted.
yeah, it needs like a powered adapter.
Beautiful.
Did you guys?
Oh, is it one of those eight? Is it like a Model M?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, those need more power than you can draw off a USB port. Although with USB 3, it should be, or sorry, USB Type C, it should be possible.
Nothing I want to use it with has USB Type C, but that's a thing to know.
Yeah.
Well, it just means you need more adapters.
Mm-hmm.
Just like stacks of dongles.
No, it's fine. We shoot with DSLRs. We're into that adapter life.
What the adapter life chose me, not.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a t-shirt Mac people would buy.
Yeah.
The yellow
Has a
and the
yellow
marquee.
I
Yeah.
got one for computers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anything.
And it's 100%. This is ready for use.
That's that computer for its existence now.
You gotta put weird shit in there.
Yeah.
I can tell
Well,
you,
now they're connected to
anything
you.
resonating in this shirt, it has some interesting.
I stand by that one. Gotta put weird shit in there.
It's always a bad sign when wine crashes.
Such a mess. I've got glass and wine on the floor.
Okay, so apparently I have to run XCMOS setup because you need multiple setup programs because part of me is dying inside.
2-minute warning.
Destruct sequence 1A. All right, so let me plug myself. For folks watching on stream, I have a Twitter, I have a YouTube. It is Twitter is Foss FOFSS firefighter. Let me bring the web browser up. So twitter.com Foss firefighter. Me. You also can find me by searching NCommander. I also have a YouTube where I do cruel and unusual things, which you can find by YouTube/C/NCommander, or doing a search for SLS Linux. See the floppy disks and respect the @ sign. It's also linked from my Twitter. So, I think we're at our 1-minute warning. So, any final questions?
Who hurt you? No.
Would you like them in chronological or alphabetical order?
Show on the stall where they touched you.
No, it's show on the hard disk where they touched you.
Well,
Show us where on the OSI model they touched you.
Between layers 2 and 4.
Those people are going to jail.
It was a token rig network with IPX traffic playing snipes.
Oh.
Just saying. I think this may have crashed. It's not a good sign when your BIOS crashes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock Eastern. You know where your hacker is.
He's here going slightly mad.
We all are. It's fine.
I left the machete downstairs by the door.
Okay. Well, wasn't there something you're going to switch me out for?
Yeah,
Maybe
so I wonder if has control of the stream.
He controls the vertical and the horizontal. All right, so you want me to drop?
Well,
Or at
we're
least
waiting
one
for somebody to take over the stream, so.
Okay, that's fine. I at this point, I feel like I might do this thing that normal people do called sleep.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, well, you know,
It's time for
it's
that,
been a
really.
big day. I've been playing with, you know.
We've been here for like hours.
Huh?
You've been here for hours.
Has it? Well, that is hope. You walk into Hotel Pennsylvania on Friday, and you can't check out again until, well, ever.
Does anybody really leave, you know, in their mind?
We're all technically still at Hotel Penn. There is no escaping.
No, I mean, people, even in their minds, it's just, you know, the therapy bills could be killer.
Pretty much. I mean,
I'm
has anything good ever really come out of Hotel Pennsylvania?
Well, our name is there between the elevator doors on 18 forever. That sticker's still there.
I was going to say I had a nice lunch during an Adobe conference once.
Adobe conference.
It was a road show thing. They were just showing stuff.
Okay.
And we used to ask the reps weird questions.
All right. So now I've done one final upgrade. We are now 486. Will it boot? It's telling me to wait.
Should we get on the Discord and ask who's controlling the stream?
Maybe we could just ask.
I have.
Oh.
It's Stopper that's controlling the stream currently. But can't Nick God just say no to that and flip it?
I mean, I think Nick God can do pretty much whatever the hell he wants.
Nick God, show him who's God.
Part the red stream.
So are we not have anyone to take over hosting? Is that the problem?
No, we're trying to stop the stream so we can get it over to the Hope stream.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to alter. We're trying to cross the streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing good comes from that.
Keynotes have been okay.
You built a laser grid with no safety net. Walter Peck was right. That's some shady shit.
It's like one of my favorite lines from ERB.
Why does this keep hanging? Why does everything I love keep crashing? Maybe I need a faster processor. You know what? Maybe we should go full Pentium. Or you know what? We can even go here. VGA, mouse, sound. All right, let's remove the network card. Let's put in a printer. Hard drive controller. RTC. Okay. I really want to see this boot.
Wait, do we have a Beaches back?
Yeah, he's yelling at us.
He's muted.
He's beaching.
All right, I'm going to turn off the screen share. I'm about ready to pass out. I think I'm going to have a bagel and then I'm going to go to sleep.
If you lived anywhere in the anywhere else in the country, I'd cry blasphemy.
I live in New York City, though.
Yeah.
I have a nice thing of smoked salmon in the refrigerator.
You can say salmon now.
Salmon?
Yeah, it's 2020. Like with everything else, you just might as well. Like just go full yellow.
Oh, it's 2020. Cats and dogs living together.
Salmon, who cares? Whatever.
You know what would really what really was a mark of the end times? The next book, the Dresden Files series, came out. That was what the only way it gets worse is if the last book of Song of Fire and Ice comes out this year.
You know, you're the second person on the stream to bring that up.
Well, I don't think anyone cares anymore because like the TV show was so bad that no one's going to buy that book.
Well, you know what? No, you want to know what the tech equivalent is of improbable events that will happen in 2020? GNU Herd releases. Because I actually have commit rights to GNU Herd. I have run it. I had a misspent youth. Okay. Why won't this boot?
So someone who's not us needs to switch the stream over because I know I'm definitely going to bed in the next hour.
How do I do it? Can I do it?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. We either need Stop A to stop the stream, and then we need Nick at our Beaches to flip it to the Hope stream.
No, it doesn't work like that. We're just capturing it from YouTube. That's what we've all been doing for the keynotes and stuff.
Well, I'm just going to keep going until you replace me because I don't want to be responsible for dead air.
There won't be dead air. We all never shut up. So,
but I'm really good at not shutting up.
But I would.
can't tell me nothing about this crypto. It's old 80s forensics, strictly for the hackers. Screaming